Good morning, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you on our today's event, the New World Order Conference, organized by Pallas Athény Innovation and Geopolitical Foundation. My name is Anton Mennazsevsky, I'm the director of the foundation, and it is our second event in this series. Last year we organized the conference with the same title, but we focused that time on the role of international institutions. And this year the focus will be on multipolarity and integration. So our speakers will try to focus on these topics. Before we start, I would like to emphasize your focus on the small brochure you got. You have an option to ask questions directly through the app, sli.do. You don't have to download it, you don't have to log in. We also have Wi-Fi available in the venue. So you just can go to the address and with hashtag New World Order, you can ask questions directly, so our panelists later will see the questions. And of course, we'll have a public discussion, so you can also raise your questions in the venue, but you also have option to ask the questions during the event. Okay, let's start. Let me introduce the president of the board of Pallas Athény Innovation Geopolitical Foundation, Norbert Csizmadia, and I would like to ask you, Norbert, to hold your opening speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Anton. Sorry, just make up the voice. So I think is in the conference the most important question, what is the code of the Wi-Fi? So event, and the password is event123 for please take a question. So welcome here of the Pallas Athény Innovation and Geopolitical Foundation organized of the second the New Order Conference in today, the first to be made for the last years. 5 years ago, the President Xi Jinping in Kazakhstan, Astana and Nazarbayev University, to put a strategic forward to build the Silk Road economic belt and the 21st century maritime the road. What is the largest investment of the human history, and as we know is called the Belt and Road Initiative. And this is, I think, one of the most important geostrategic and geoeconomic program in the 21st century. It's always the project which is aimed at access to the back to the ocean, back to the mainland of the world economy. And the 5 major goals is trade, relation, policy coordination, connectivity, financial integration, and the people-to-people connection too. And the 5 proposals of the shared future mankind of the road of the peace, road of prosperity, road to openness, road to innovation, and road of the civilization. Yes, of course, we are living of the new world order. What is the age for the rise of the geography, the rise of the geoeconomy? We are living of the age of fusion and age of network, and what is the important, and after the globalization of the new technical shifts start working. For us, it's very important to say, of course, geography is a destiny. I was proud because 2 years ago, this day, I can publish my book, what is called the Geofusion, the mapping of the 21st century. And the main question of the book, who will be the winner nation, leaders and community in the 21st century? How can we redrawing our map? How can we understand the current affairs or the world political issues or the world economic issues across the geography to the whole to understand of the complexity? And of course, we are living of the multipolar world. For this age, for the new routes, new possibilities, new centers, and the new collaboration starting. So for today of the conference, how is Anton installed is about the 21st century that brings us for the new geopolitical reality. About the unipolar world created the last decades dominated by the United States, every level questions by the different actors. But the future is Asian in the 21st century. I think it's important how can we the polarized world, is a unipolar world or multipolar world, who will be the main actors, how to be of the main contribution and the connection is together. So the conference will try to find answers of the question, we are still speak by the unipolar world or we experiencing of emerging of the multipolar world. Can smaller countries become as the rival of the United States, the rule of the world order, or integration, the regional blocks? Or what could be the role, the Central and Eastern Europe, and even the Visegrad 4 countries of the multipolar world? And I think what is important is that geography is the key for its history. And if sometimes we can read about we are living of the age of the new Marco Polo world, or we're living of the new Renaissance world, how can we understand the unnecessary trade war between the China and USA? And I think it's important for the new routes, the Marks, the boat company is going the first time across to the Arctic Ocean to the north from Asia to the Europe, what is important. And of course, is BRI is getting for the new phase. So I think we need for the new map and the new the viewpoints to understand of this multipolar world. If you see some maps, so for example, we have today's 500,000 borders and 1 million kilometer underlying internet cable. We have of the main routes of the across for the sea. Or if you see about the 182 airport connection, we can see how the new hub centers start for the focusing. And it's interesting because we will find the same about the education and research institutes collaboration in the words together, what is called, this is like a map of the fusion. And of course, there is a 1 million kilometer internet cable, 2 million kilometer pipeline, 4 million kilometer tram line, and 64 million kilometer highway we can see here in this map. So what can is making it together? Because the people living more than 60% now of the cities. Cities in the infrastructure lines, connection, the fusion lines, drawing, or the new fusional maps. Geography is destiny, and the geofusion is destiny too. And of course, if you want to see about the human, the footprint of the earth, where the people is living now, and if you see for the new superpower house of the world economies, the cities, the global cities, or megacities, today will the 40 megacities give more than 80% of the GDP, what is, will be the very important. So this is occasion. We are living of the multipolar world, and the new regions start for emerging. We can see, for example, the North America, Europe, and Asia of the trade connection, which will be the very important. And I think how we are learning last year, the Central and Eastern Europe is emerging too. And it will be the new bridgehead position in the new Eurasian region. Last year, how you remember, David Johnson told us, let's push Europe eastward. And I think for its region, it's will for the new centers. In the north is Warsaw, about the logistical centers, energy centers, is like even the infrastructure centers. And the central and eastern region, in the southern part is Budapest, intellectual, knowledge, and technology hub for the region. It's very important. And how we learned from nowadays about the BRA getting for the new phase, more infrastructure, but is need more connection, the knowledge, technology connection, cultural connection, educational connection, and of course, of the service development too. We are very proud, in October this year in Budapest, the Fudan University, one of the leader Chinese university in Shanghai, make the agreement to make for the master program between the Corvinus University, Central Bank of Hungary, and the Fudan University together. We are very glad today we have here of the conference, the second New World Order conference, and tomorrow Budapest will organize by the Central Bank of Hungary the 16 plus 1, the conference about the governors of the central bank, what is very important. Of course, need more connection and the knowledge space too. And we are very proud because for this new geo-economic age, we are starting publishing of interesting geopolitical books. Last 3 months, more than 7 books what we are published. The Chinese Mind, The Big Mind, The Theory of Geopolitics, The Next Geopolitics, The Dawn to Eurasia. Next week is Robert Kaplan, Marco Polo's World, The Korean Mind. And in September, I think it was very important to understand the giant economic, the new actor, this China, the story, what is called the cracking of the China Consortium. And we are very glad the author is here, one of the most important geopolitical and strategic thinkers. So please welcome of the first presentation, Mr. Yukon Wang. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I'd like to talk to an audience and engage in a more informal fashion. We are in the midst of a potential U.S.-China trade war with global implications. Is this a trade war, or is it actually a sign of what I call great power interactions of a form that will affect all of us? And that's what I want to talk about today. And this is a very good opportunity for me. I sit in Washington, and everyone is asking, is this about trade deficits? America has a huge trade deficit with China. President Trump talks about the deficit debilitating America, the loss of jobs, the loss of competitiveness. Is this about the jobs lost in America because people think it's going to Asia? Is it about China's alleged unfair foreign investment practices? That China just not behave fairly in trade, in economic relations? Or is it about a great power battle for technological and economic supremacy? Does this mean that the West is going to start trying to contain China? It's going to try to disengage from China? Is it at all possible? I'm an economist. I leave it to my colleagues who will be speaking today, who are much better versed on foreign relations and political issues. I want to give you a feeling about the economic dimensions of this issue so that you can understand this perhaps a little bit better. So let's start by looking at how countries see China. And they begin by looking at the bilateral trade relations between China and their country or their region. And this is the pattern. If you go back to the late 90s, China's not generating trade balances or deficits of any significant form. Its trade surpluses only begin to emerge around 2002 and 3 and 4. And then you see the black line, that's China's bilateral surplus with America. It soars. It soars after WTO membership. And it continues to get very, very big. And then you see Europe. Europe soars almost to the exact same extent. But somehow, at the global financial crisis, it changes. Europe's deficit with China starts to moderate, and it's coming down very rapidly. So why is it that America continues to soar, but Europe's basically it doesn't? Because it's not obviously a political issue. Europe and America share the same cultural values. There's something in the economy, the differences in the economy in America and Europe, that makes their interaction with China different. And that's one thing I wanted to get involved in. Then look at the red line. That's China's trade deficits with Asia. So they import commodities, parts and components, huge deficits with Asian economies, huge surpluses with the West. So China has a tense relationship with the West, less tense with Asian partners. And then the rest of the world, Latin America, Africa, the rest of the world, China's trade pattern is cyclical. It generates surpluses when commodity prices are low. It generates deficits when commodity prices are high, except for South Asia, India, where China is persistently generating significant trade surpluses. And that's part of the tensions between China and India. If you look at these relationships, they'll explain to you immediately what I call the foreign policy tensions between China and the rest of the world. It's very much influenced by this perception of trade. And the problem is that trade doesn't actually signify the damage or the benefits as much as most people believe it does. And you should not be looking at it in terms of a bilateral trade balance. Trade is not bilateral. Trade is multilateral. You have surpluses with some countries, deficits with others. What really matters is the overall balance. And here's where we begin to see that most of the policymakers get it wrong. Let's look at the overall balance of the key countries involved. So this is the overall current account balance of China, the EU, and the United States. Let's look at America, the blue line. go back 15 years, America did not have significant overall current account deficits of any form in the late 90s. Then it starts to get really big by 2007 or 8, very, very large. Now let's look at China. China is the red line. China doesn't have any significant surpluses until about 2004. So the first point I want to make, there's actually no connection between America's trade deficits and China's trade surpluses. They don't move in the right direction. Then when America's trade deficits start to get better, they moderate, is precisely when China's surpluses get larger. And today, when America's trade deficits are once again getting worse, China's surpluses are disappearing. China's going to be a trade deficit country in the coming years. So the great irony is we have a U.S.-China trade war on the assumption that these two trade balances are somehow linked, but they're not linked at all, even though most people think they are, certainly in Washington, but they actually even think that in China. And the strange thing is, why is it that America's trade deficits are not at all influenced by China's trade surpluses? And the reason is, economists know that trade balances are determined by savings rates, how much a country spends and how much it saves. So America's trade deficits are essentially determined by the huge budget deficits of the federal government, and they're getting worse. Whereas China's trade surpluses are explained by a surge in savings rates among Chinese households over the last 10 or 15 years. And ironically, that surge in savings rates in China, which means they produce a lot, but they save a lot, they generate a surplus, it's the result of urbanization in China, because as rural farmers move to the cities, all of a sudden they start to save a lot more than they used to. But that savings rate is now moderating. So here you have a trade conflict between America and China. The major drivers of that trade imbalance: government budgets in America in deficits, surging savings in Chinese households. These have nothing to do with each other. But you have tariffs, accusations about exchange rate management on the assumption that somehow they influence each other, and they're not. So why is it that from an American perspective, they think it's a China problem when it really isn't a China problem at all? And this is a diagram of America's imports of manufactured goods from Asia over the last 15 years. It is surprisingly constant. About 45% of America's imports of manufactured goods come from Asia. But if you go to 1990, only 3 or 4 or 5% comes from Beijing directly. The rest comes directly from Japan, Hong Kong, South Korea, Taiwan, the Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia. You go to around 2000, just before WTO, China's share is starting to rise. Today, 2015, 60, 70% is coming from China, but most of those parts and components that China uses on those products come from other countries, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan. So the famous iPhone, which retails for about $1,000 in America, that iPhone, it shows up as a $1,000 trade deficit with China, of which only $25 actually goes to China. $400 goes to South Korea, Taiwan, Japan for parts and components. $400 goes to Apple as pure profit. That's why Apple is the most profitable company in the world. It has this enormous trade margin. But people think somehow that China is making the money, but it's not actually making the money at all. So if we have a trade war on the assumption that somehow America and China's trade deficits are linked, and they're not, if we're having a trade war on the assumption that all this stuff coming from China is all being made in China and is not, it's all a false presumption. It's kind of an absurd situation. Now let's look at the second presumption in Washington. The White House believes that too much of America's foreign investment, the investment of its companies, is going to China. And therefore America is losing jobs, losing competitiveness. So America invests about $150 billion a year overseas. The question is, what percent of America's foreign investment overseas actually goes to China? And if you go to China, you see all these American nameplates everywhere. So you logically would think a lot of American foreign investment must be going to China. So in my book, I ask, what percent of America's foreign investment goes to China? How large is it? And seemingly from the White House, it's too large. Now, I'll tell you what large means. If you go to South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, they invest about 20% of their foreign investment in China. So what is the comparable percentage for America? What percentage of America's foreign investment goes to China? Now, when I ask people in America, they'll say maybe 10, maybe 15, maybe 5. The answer actually is 1%. Only 1% of America's foreign investment goes to China. The other 99% goes elsewhere. But yet, most Americans think that American companies are pouring their money into China. And actually, the question is quite different. Instead of why is there too much going to China, the question is why is there so little? Now, look at Europe. Europe's foreign investment in China has been soaring. America's foreign investment in China has been declining. They're very similar economies in terms of wealth, sophistication, and politics. So why is it that Europe invests a lot in China, but American companies do not? And people think, well, is it due to politics? Is it due to ideology, the Cold War? Not at all. It's an economic issue. And ironically, it turns out it doesn't make sense for American companies to invest in China, but it does make sense for European companies. So why does it make sense for European companies to invest in China, but not for American companies? The answer is what you invest in a country is determined by what you export. And if you export something, you ask, should I invest in the country to help, to promote it, to service it, to deepen it? So let's look at the composition of what America exports to China and the composition of what Europe exports to China to understand why it is that Europe invests a lot, but Americans don't. So let's look at the product line. If you look at America's exports to China over the last 15 years, and you ask, what is it, and does it influence foreign investment? Guess what the first line is, the first product category of America's exports to China? Somebody guess it. Agriculture, right? Soybeans or grains. Americans are not going to invest in China to become farmers. So it does not generate foreign investment. So let's look at the second largest category of America's exports to China, and it is Boeing aircraft. Okay, very large. Airbus, large. 50-50. China buys half from Europe, half from America. But Boeing does not manufacture in China. Airbus does. So Americans do not invest in China for aircraft. What about the third largest category of America's exports to China? What is this product? It's very, very large, persistent. Guess. America's exports to China. What is this product? Take a guess. And here, I'll help you. You'll never get it. So you don't have to worry about being wrong. Everyone's wrong. When I ask American policymakers, same question, they always get it wrong. Yet they're having a trade war on this basis, but they don't even know what this product is. And the product, by the way, is waste and scrap metal. The cardboard, the tin cans that Americans put out on their sidewalk, that's the third largest American export to China. It doesn't generate foreign investment. Americans are not going to go to China to process trash. Now, here's the great irony. China is now saying to America, I don't want your trash. Okay? It's polluting, it's environmentally bad. That is why America's trade deficit with China is getting worse, because they can no longer export trash to China. Okay, so you have a problem. So let's look at the fourth largest category. This is fairly clear. It's semiconductors, those things which go into the Apple phones and everything here. So Apple produces everything in China, the iPad, the iPhones, everything. How much does Apple invest in China? Nothing, because the company is Taiwanese, Foxconn. And this is the trick of America. Apple's not a manufacturing company. It's a services company. It markets, it distributes, it designs, it does not produce. So the trick in America, why is America so economically powerful? Because it is no longer a manufacturing economy. It controls the services. And it's a good thing for America. Yet the White House thinks the opposite. The White House thinks America should be manufacturing. It never talks about services. But in fact, that's the key to America's economic strength. The last category is fifth largest category of America's exports to China. It only materialized in the last 4 or 5 years. It wasn't significant before that. And again, when I ask Americans, they never get it. When I ask Chinese, they never get it. So what is this product produced in America, exported to China? Take a guess. No. SUVs, cars, Mercedes, BMWs, Jaguars, Audis, all European. Who does the foreign investment? Europe. So here is all this stuff that America exports to China and doesn't require any foreign investment. No wonder Americans don't invest in China. It's a logical economic question. Here is what Europe exports to China. Manufactured goods, chemicals, crude, high-value consumer goods. If you go to Beijing or Shanghai and you go to the stores or the arcades and you look around, first thing you notice, they're 90% European stores. There are no American stores at all. And that is why Europe invests in China, but America does not. So this is the first issue. We're having a trade war. America wants China to buy more. But how can China buy more? It can only consume so many soybeans. It could consume more, but that means it buys less from Brazil. Okay? It could buy more Boeing aircraft, but that means it'll buy less from Airbus. And Europe will be unhappy. It's not going to buy any more scrap metal. Okay? Semiconductors, everything, actually China doesn't control that demand. Companies like Apple and Dell and others do. It's not even a government control. They want to buy more technological stuff, but America won't sell it to them for security reasons. And then the question is, they'll be happy to buy more cars, but they turn out to be mostly European cars. So when Trump says to China, please, I want to reduce the deficit, buy more stuff, China's concern is, I don't find anything I want. How do you solve this problem? Now, let's look at the empirical, the evidence, what people feel. This is the share of global manufacturing exports over the last 20 years, okay? And here is China. Textile, metals, machinery, chemicals, transport, electricals, soaring. ASEAN, flat. Germany, a little bit decline, but mostly flat. Japan, falling. South Korea, rising. America, falling dramatically. So this is the issue in America, and to some extent also in Europe. The sense that China is dominating manufacturing exports. And the yellow, electronics, is the most visible, high tech. So the assumption is China is gaining in high tech manufacturing exports, largely at the expense of the West. Okay? Now, here is actually what really matters. Exports of services. China's exports of services, computer, financial, hotels, business, social, transport, wholesale, is also rising, but not so dramatically. And then you look at the pattern elsewhere. There's Germany, relatively flat, Japan falling, South Korea flat, ASEAN flat. America's fallen, but look at America's dominance of services, the exports of services. This is actually economic strength. It's not manufacturing, it's services. And why is this actually the security issue, the power issue? Look at America's services, their exports of services. Look at the colors. Look at China's exports of services, the colors. What is the dramatic difference? Financial. America, financial service exports globally, enormous, non-existent in China, very small in other countries. This is geo's economic security. America controls the global financial system. It allows America to dominate in terms of unilateral sanctions, whether it's Iran, North Korea, Iraq. It is what China worries about. You cut off China's access to the global financial systems, you cripple China's economy. So when we have this debate about trade wars, geopolitics, it has nothing to do with trade. It has nothing to do with manufacturing. It's the control of the global financial system that matters. And America's dominance of that will continue to forever, practically, because the dollar is the global currency. So now you hear about China wanting the RMB to be a global currency, the yuan to be a global currency. And you see lots of studies talking about internationalizing the RMB. The problem with this is the RMB cannot be internationalized. And when I say that, people will say, well, it's because of exchange controls. No, not at all. How do you make a currency a global currency? There's only two ways. You run a trade deficit and you pay people in your currency. But China does not run trade deficits. America does. America's had a trade deficit every year for 40 straight years. Those dollars pour out into the world. It becomes a global currency. The other way you make your currency global is you give it away as grants. That's what America's been doing, again, for 40 years. But China doesn't give away its money. It gives loans. So the One Belt, One Road initiative is largely loans. In other words, it is impossible to get enough RMB out there for it to be a global currency, and the dollar is going to dominate. But when you talk about geo-economic politics, rarely do you see the discussion focusing on services. Rarely do you see this issue about the global currency. They always get it wrong, and that's why my book is titled Why Conventional Economic Wisdom is Wrong. So let's switch to a different question. The question is, I'm really worried about China's rise as a global power, as a technological power, its threat to the West. And China's trying very hard to become more innovative. So let's look at how China is doing this. One, research and development is a share of GDP. And you see that China, the red line, soaring over the last 15 years, so that research and development expenditure is now the same as Europe. And then you look at the other countries, South Korea, Japan, America, EU, China, Brazil, and India. The other line, South Korea, soaring way faster to the highest level of any country relative to the world. No wonder South Korea appears to be as technologically sophisticated as Japan, even though its income level is way below normal. So this is what China's trying to do. It's trying to follow a South Korea type of curve. And we've never seen this kind of intensity, only in South Korea and in China. And the question is this successful? Are you wasting a lot? That's a different kind of issue. So internally, China's trying very hard. But how else do you become innovative? The other way is you get the technology from overseas, the transfer of technology. So for many people in Washington, this whole trade war is about technology transfer, and that China is not doing it fairly. So how do you get technology? You get it from trade. You import more sophisticated products and you earn. You get it from foreign investment. Companies come in, they bring it. Okay? So you think that you can get it that way. You can also get it in the minds of many Western policymakers. You get it from stealing. So China is accused of stealing technology from overseas, and this is a part of the trade war. So this is a diagram showing how successful countries are in adopting and getting technology from overseas, from the rich countries. And over the last several decades, you can see that China, compared to other emerging market economies like Korea, Russia, Brazil, and India, it's a class by itself. It gets it better than anything we've ever seen. Now, if we understand how China is able to get foreign technology overseas better than any country we've ever seen historically, we will be able to understand why China grows very rapidly. Now, most of this, frankly, how they get it, is done what I call legally. But some of it is done in ways that people think is unfair. So there's a huge debate about this, particularly about the role of joint ventures. Americans think, therefore, that China's policies, trade policies, investment policies, are basically unfair. So this is a poll showing Americans' views of Canada, Europe, Japan, Mexico, and China. Is their trade policies fair or unfair? So not surprisingly, America's perception of China is it does not behave fairly. You can also see there's a very direct correlation between whether the country is rich country or poor country. The richer the country, the fairer it looks. The poorer, the unfair. There is a correlation, actually. And the correlation is rich countries don't steal as much as poor countries. Poor countries steal a lot more. Okay? Can you deal with this issue? And this is a big question. Can we punish or control China so that its theft is controlled? So here's a diagram. And I want to, this is a very important diagram. How does America prove or show that China steals? They have a report every year. It's called the Section 301 report. They certify a country as behaving fairly or unfairly. And when they're unfair, they're called violators. When they're fair, they're called non-violators. And they survey 90 countries, and they've done it for 30 years. And here's the record over the last 25 years for a set of Asian countries. So red is you're certified as a violator. Green means you're no longer certified as a violator. So here's interesting. There's China and India. They've been certified as violators for 20 years now. Here is Australia, Taiwan, Japan, and Korea. Go back far enough, they were also all violators. But they all stopped violating at a certain income level. So one of the things I've been studying is everybody whose income levels reaches a certain level no longer violate. But until you get to that level, you will always violate. So America stole from Europe, and everybody steals from everybody, but it goes away. We're not going to see this problem disappearing very quickly. It's fundamentally in our international system. So here's the problem. This is why we're having a trade war. There's a basic conflict between two economic and political systems, and the question is, can you bridge it? So the top one is what I call the Chinese political economy, the political economic system. Its economy is what I would call a Chinese dining table. So you're familiar with Chinese dining tables. They're round. And the top is GDP. And it's resting on one pillar, one base. The party, the government, state enterprises, state banks, all fused together. It's a powerful growth machine. It's coordinated. It has the power of collective action. If everybody's on the same wavelength, you do extremely well. And they've been doing extremely well for 4 decades. That is China's economy, but it has a political implication. So everybody in the West, in Washington, wants China to move to a Western dining table. The Western dining table has a rectangular top, but the legs are split. The party is separated from the government. You have state and private banks and state and private firms. You have more accountability. You have a more open, transparent system. And the big question is, Washington does not think that China is moving to a Western table. It's getting pessimistic about what's been happening in terms of the integration of the global economy. This is a trade war. And for many in Washington, this is the issue. And this is only going to get worse. So today we're talking about global power. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, well, trying to reshape global power relations. A unipolar, bipolar, multipolar world. But I'm an economist. So let me talk a little bit about China, how it's affecting global power relations, but primarily through the lens of an economist. Every year, Pew and Gallup asks Americans, who is the world's leading economic power? Simple question. Who is the world's leading economic power? If you go back 20 years, everyone in America would say, America is, of course. Only 9% says China is. And then you see the views shifting. Today, most Americans will say China is the world's leading economic power. Now, if you ask the Chinese the same question, who is the world's leading economic power? Chinese overwhelmingly will say America. The Chinese are right, America is wrong. But that's strange. We're used to seeing that America is right, the Chinese are wrong. And it's clear, America is the world's leading economic power by far, but Americans don't realize that. And this insecurity is driving the trade war. So now let's ask the same question of the rest of the world. We ask Europeans. We ask Africans, Latin Americans, South Americans. We ask Asians. 5 regions. Who is the world's leading economic power? Same question. Every other region will say America is the leading economic power, except for one region. One region will say China is the leading economic power. So when I ask audiences, which country, which region believes that China is the leading economic power? It's Africa, Latin America, Asia, Europe, Middle East. 80% gets it wrong. They usually will say Africa because China invests a lot. Well, they'll say Latin America, right? The answer, of course, is Europe. Europe thinks China's the leading economic power, but everybody else thinks the opposite. And Asian, right next door, feel the strongest that America's leading economic power. So no wonder we have this schism between the West and the rest of the world. It's driven by insecurity, which is not rational. And the question is, why is there insecurity? And that's a more complicated question. So what is China doing that's causing insecurity in the West? There is this Xi Jinping China dream, and a sense that China's geoeconomic strategy is threatening the existing international order. Is there grounds for feeling this? Why do we all feel this in this world? Is there something special about today compared to 5 years ago? And the answer is there is, actually. This is a graph of the share of global GDP. Over 200 years, the Chinese like to think long term. So you go back 200 years to 1820, China accounted for 35% of global production. And then it falls dramatically. By the time 1980, that Deng Xiaoping took over, China accounted for only 3%. So you go from 35% to 3% in 200 years, a tremendous decline in a continent or a country's control of the global economy. And then you see the surge, China's rise over the last 40 years. And then you look at today, 2018, Europe, China, America, purchasing power terms, share of the global economy, exactly the same. No wonder we feel precisely today a sense of a change in great power relations. Fast forward 10 more years. Assume that China's growth rate declines. Assume that Europe and America recover from the global financial crisis. China's share of global GDP will be 25%, not 17 or 18. And Europe and the United States shares will be falling closer to 15. That will not change. But the share of global GDP does not determine actually whether a country is a leading economic power. It's actually the per capita GDP that does. And people misunderstand the nature of size compared to the level. The gap in per capita GDP between China and America gets wider. It doesn't get narrower, even though China is growing at 6% and America is growing at 3%. Okay? So this is what people perceive, but it's misleading. Here is trade. Today, again, Europe, China, America, share global trade exactly the same. Okay? No wonder, again, we think that somehow in the global economy, there's some kind of a switch or some kind of a threat. Technological prowess. There's this made in China 2025. China wants to become a real major power in terms of strategic tasks, high-tech sectors. The U.S. sees this as a competitive threat. So in this trade war, the White House wants China to give up or abandon or cancel the strategy to become more innovative power. And from China's perspective, it doesn't make any sense. That's my whole future. You're not going to tell me to give up my future, but that's a big demand in the debate. Here's China's foreign direct investment. Here's what it was 10 years ago in terms of its geographic focus. Largely Asia, a little bit to everybody else. But here is what it is today. Much more broadly spaced out. Asia, America, Europe, everywhere. Less Asia focused. China's building a global presence in terms of its foreign direct investment. There's the BRI that we had. But from a Western perspective, the BRI is seen as China wants to build leverage. They're suspicious of China's motivation. So you got trade, you got BRI, you got innovation, you got GDP, you got all these things. They all raise this issue of, is China a threat? Do I need to contain it? So no wonder tensions in Washington are very high, and the tensions in Europe are also very high. Not as intense, primarily because Europe doesn't see China in terms of a great power rivalry as strongly as the White House does. So that's the difference between Europe and America. But both Europe and America sense this kind of a tension building up. Is China going to be, I call, a great power? And China will say, no, I don't want to be a great power. I want to be recognized as an emerging power, but not a great power. Per capita income is really more important than the size of the economy. My per capita income is only 1/6 that of the OECD countries are not really that powerful. Services, much more important than manufactured goods. China is actually deficient in the export of services relative to the size of its economy. It's really extraordinarily weak. It's terrible in building strategic alliances. It just doesn't know how to do it, okay? Its military capabilities lacks considerably America's. We have a tension, a rising power, decades away from threatening the world, but the world thinks it's a threat. And so what I write about is this is not going to change, actually. This U.S.-China trade war, they're asking, is the White House going to capitulate? Is Beijing going to capitulate? It's irrelevant. Whether they do or don't doesn't change the dynamics of the sense that's going on here. We don't know actually how to deal with what I call an emerging power whose political economic system is so different, and we cannot understand whether it's going to be threatening or non-threatening. That is a very complicated issue, and unless we deal with that properly, we have problems coming. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate to Mr. Huang for his fascinating speech. To be very frank, I would agree some, in fact, most of his conclusions. I try to react to them at a later stage. But I just would take, at the beginning at least, a more general view, a more general approach, just to reveal it briefly that I got in politics by accident, and my job has been for decades, I'm an international trade lawyer. So, and I've been teaching international trade policy and law. So that's why perhaps I liked so much your presentations. So, but as I said, starting with the more general issues, my question is very simple. What do you think, what is the main driver of human history? Of course, there are different answers to this in different philosophical, let's say, approaches. My answer is very simple. The main driver of human history is culture. It's on our mind. Just to try to prove it very briefly, two things which have the most, I would say, sustained and the strongest effect upon all, let's say, geopolitical developments. One is demography, and the other one is technology, as it has been referred to. Now, both demography and technology depends ultimately upon culture, individually and collectively. To what extent do we want and are we willing to reproduce ourselves? To what extent are we innovative? And to what extent we have the necessary degree of education and creativity to develop technology? All depends, as I said, on our mind. And second thing is that human nature is competitive. We are competing. It's deeply ingrained in humankind that we compete individually and we compete collectively. Now, collective competition is something which is more interesting from the point of view of our subject this morning, because who are competing? Well, we all know civilizations are competing, continents are competing, political constitutional units are competing. We call them states, sometimes we call them, let's say, integration schemes. All these are constitutional units, But behind them, there are a couple of factors like territory, no doubt, ideology, correct, but also there is something which is perhaps, even if some people are a little bit hesitant to accept it, behind that there is what we call cultural heritage, what we call cultural identity, collective identity. So all that, of course, is part of this collective competition we are involved in. Now, the next question before coming to the subject is, in what areas we are competing? Well, we are competing practically everywhere. We are competing in trade, as it has been very well demonstrated, even if sometimes we are mistaken about the roots and the background. We are competing in economic performance. We are competing definitely in technology, let's say, advancement and developments. But we are also competing in political clout, in political power, in military capabilities, in military power. Of course, it's all that translated into arms race. We are also competing in culture, which is correct. I mean, we are also competing in sports, very good. Fair or unfair, but it's perhaps one of the best forms of collective competition in the world. So there is a keen competition, and that's why I say that in some areas this is basically the trade. Trade covers trade itself, stricto sensu, but it also includes economic performance in general, investment flows and so on, technology. All that is trade in the largest sense. But then we also have the flank. That is the competition between the political units, basically states, nations, they call it frequently. Now the flag competition is a little bit more risky, as we know. But then there is another one, the third one, in a symbolic sense. The symbolic sense, this is what we call the Bible. Of course, you can say the Quran, you can say the Veda. That is, we all have different visions of the world. Sometimes we call it ideology. I don't like too much this expression. Some people of my generation might understand why, but all in all, we would rather say that, yes, indeed, we have different visions, and they are competing, no doubt. And that, of course, has a direct and indirect effect upon the social, economic, and political model of society we want to develop. So again, a basic element of competition. One problem which I see here, it's a fairly recent development, is that the areas which were all through human history relatively distinct from one another, trade, for instance, and security, there has always been an interdependence, but they were distinct. Now they are converging. Lots of examples for that. Of course, when, for instance, United States introduce trade restrictions vis-à-vis steel, they refer to national security. Now, national security in the system of WTO used to always be a kind of exception. Now it seems to be the main reference. Of course, there is always an argument that if I do not have a prosperous steel industry, then of course my national security will be put in danger, and so on. By the way, the Swedes, good Swedes, very fair Swedes, they used this argument some 40 or 50 years ago regarding their textile industry when they said that the army, the Swedish army, needed shirts. And if the Swedish textile industry was destroyed by imports, of course, the Swedish army would not have a sufficient number of shirts, and that is, of course, a national security issue. It's more of an anecdote or a joke, but anyway. The thing is that now national security and trade, they are converging to some extent. They are even considered to be identical. This is an issue. And of course, that brings me to this famous old subject of the relationship between the flag and the trade. And this is, of course, very well reflected, I would say, in the present relationship between the United States and China. Mr. Huang's presentation made it, I would say, fairly clear that trade itself should not be a real problem. The answer to this is that indeed, it's not. In the old times, trade was a moderating factor. Conventional wisdom was that if you have very close trade relations, you have less reason to, let's say, indulge in confrontation, possibly war, because the cost of the war would be high because of the high degree of interdependence of the economies. Maybe yes, maybe no. World War I gave a different, let's say, example. Don't forget, for instance, that before World War II, the trade between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union was extremely intensive. Even in the last weeks, days, and hours. So whether this is true or not, that's of course another question. But for the time being, it seems to be that trade is in fact not the real cause. It is rather the effect. Because the real reason behind what is now called a trade war is geopolitical. It is security. It is how to slow down, how to stop the rise of China. It's not a secret. I mean, if you read the speech of Mike Pence of the 4th of October, if you just follow the speech of the President of the United States the day before yesterday, it's quite clear now. So trade is a device. How could could we somehow slow down this rise? Whether this is the right way or the wrong way, I don't want to make judgments here. But clearly, there is now an overlapping between trade and the flag, which is security and state and geopolitical interests and political power, political clout. Now, here, of course, some people say that this might be a risk. And of course, it's another question how to tackle it, how to handle it, what kind of solutions can be found. But of course, it would be a long story. Let me just tell you one or two words, because this was, in fact, my original intention about the structure. Because we heard also this morning, and we read everywhere, that we now have a multipolar world. Originally, it used to be bipolar, time of the Cold War. Then it was perhaps for a very limited time, it was unipolar. Then it became multipolar, although we do not know exactly what the poles are and what are their situation to one another or position to one another. Well, some people say, and this is linked to this G7, G2, G0 theory, Niall Ferguson, for instance, he said basically we are living in a G0 world, which means, and that is perhaps something which I can sympathize with, we are perhaps living not just a multipolar, but to some extent in a non-polar, in a non-polar world. But anyway, that is connectivity, you know. So also technology. So poles or not poles, it's not easy. But I do think that what are we living in now is, I would call it, a hierarchical world. Maybe the world is a little bit sophisticated, at least it was for me when I first heard it. It's the opposite of hierarchy. It is heterarchy. Heterarchy is an interesting, let's say, phenomenon. It was invented by neuroscientists based upon the human brain, because the human brain is a highly organized, is an orderly structure, but it's not hierarchical. And the world is in fact not really hierarchical. There are hierarchies, no doubt, but at the same time there are also horizontal connections. That is how the so-called and the famous network theory has been developed. But the real issue is that the world is not ranked, it is unranked, or it is perhaps ranked, but it is ranked in different ways. Let me just give you the example. In fact, I apologize not to have slides, because the best way of explaining this would have been to have slides next time. Maybe I'll have slides. But you know, we have the G2, we have our subject, on top we have China and the United States, no doubt. Economic, let's say, performance, GDP, trade, military capabilities, if there are some significant differences, as we know it, but still, I mean, these are the top, let's say, two. Very well. But then comes the next, I'm not saying rank, because as I said, we have no ranks in this hierarchical system. Next come at least three very important players. European Union, Russia, and Japan. And again, maybe some more, but then I come to the third layer perhaps in a minute. Now, in terms of military ranking, Russia is essentially equal with the United States, especially and primarily in terms of the number of nuclear warheads. Only two of them, Russia and the United States. China is lagging behind far, we all know that. But then, of course, then economic performance. Wait a minute, isn't that European Union, at least for the time being, with the United Kingdom, that it's in any case number one or two economic power in terms of economic output, also trade, market size, and so on. So, but of course, at the same time, where is European Union in military capabilities? Nowhere. Or political clout, a little bit more, but not too much, as we all know it. Now, Japan is, of course, an important player, but they are not number one. They are not number one in economic output, not number one in international trade. They are not number one in military capabilities, but they are strong. They are there. And geopolitically, they are very important, because they are very close. There is a proximity, geographic proximity to China. At the same time, they are close ideologically in terms of the, let's say, model of society to the United States. But then, of course, you have the next layer. If you would put it on a map, it's again different spots here, because you have India. Take India. India, demographically, which I underlined at the beginning, how important it is, same as China. Maybe even more important already now, or definitely in a couple of years. But in terms of GDP, in terms of military capabilities, lagging behind very much. And then, of course, you have other emerging powers like Brazil or others. By the way, in the third line, in about five months, we will have the next player, the newcomer. This newcomer is called the United Kingdom, if it remains to be united, as we hope it all. But still wait a little bit. We'll see the outcome. In any case, United Kingdom will be a nuclear power in the first 5 or 6 in the world. Well, in terms of economic output, number 5, 6, soon 7, soon 8, well, depending upon. So the structure is complex, it is heterarchic, but also at the same time it is volatile, it is changing. That is the problem. Some of you perhaps remember or read somewhere the so-called Thucydides in Hungarian, just to make it easier, trap, which is that the rising powers always try to challenge the existing establishment. It is in a way, quote unquote, normal. And because the structure which I try to, let's say, describe, at least for your imagination, is not just complex and complicated, but also volatile. It is changing. Of course, that means that there is always a risk of rivalry, a risk of confrontation, a risk of let's say, an overall, let's say, animosity covering different areas, not just trade, technology and other things, but maybe also the flag is involved as a constitutional unit, and that, of course, spells danger. Now, that's why some people say, for instance, now that, look, what we have now between the United States and China is, okay, it may not simply be a trade war. It might become something like the Cold War. Now, there is no definition for the Cold War. We know from our memory how it looked like, I mean, the Cold War before 1890 or 91. And we also see very much the differences, because it's not exactly the same. But there are elements. So if it becomes an across-the-board strategic rivalry or confrontation, as it is now called, then it is getting close to what we used to call Cold War. We have, that's a good sign, we have no wars by proxies. Remember Cold War, there's lots of military conflicts, wars by proxies. We have a little bit of skirmishes here and there, but they are not real, let's say, proxy wars. But at the same time, we have new risks. We have cyber war, we have hybrid warfare risks, and so on and so on. The world is becoming, I would agree, a much more risky and a more dangerous place, which needs particular attention and care. Now, my basic conclusion, one of them at least, is that I don't believe, because of the structure I try to describe, I don't believe in dichotomy. I don't believe in that kind of bipolar structure of the world. Whether this is trade, whether this is economy, whether this is geopolitical, let's say, position, whether this is culture, whether this is world vision. We have several world visions. We have several models of society, how to envision society, more than 2. This kind of artificial division to black and white, or white and black, depending upon your view, to my mind, is wrong. Because the world is much more complex, much more complicated. It goes to the, let's say, geopolitical structure, but it also applies to what is on our mind, that is, applies to ideology and culture. Now, my second question, which I wanted to raise, and perhaps try to answer, what is in this situation the role of what I try to call the second layer. The second layer, that is European Union, Russia, Japan, perhaps India, and others by the time. How they are impacted or affected by this strategic rivalry emerging and getting deeper and stronger between the United States and China. How can they react to it? What is their interest? In terms of trade, some people, you can read it, some people say that they can be, I mean, Europe, primarily, because I'm essentially speak about Europe here, not that much about Russia or Japan. That would be a longer story. So let's try to focus upon Europe, European Union. Now, some people say that trade war between the United States and China, good. We are the smiling third. Could be. For a while, for some products, soya bean, some other things. Well, yes, of course, we might capture some market shares here and there because of the trade restrictions introduced by both United States and China. So there is perhaps something to benefit from. My view is that this is wrong. The long-term negative impact or effect of a real trade war between United States and China will outweigh the small possible temporary benefits which Europe might draw from this war. So that is why next question is what Europe can do so that this trade war first does not become a real Cold War. Second, how the economic impact, overall global impact of this trade war can be moderated or mitigated. And here, of course, I believe that we do have a role to play. European Union does have a distinct role to play. European Union is not a bystander. European Union is not even a mediator, because we don't want to mediate. We want to project messages. We want to project our vision. What are those visions? Rules, please, rules. And I'm still one of those who believe in rules, both first values and principles and then rules. And I still believe, of course, whether this is obsolete or not, I still believe in multilateral rules and systems, provided we more or less all try to respect them and to comply with. Now, here are problems, no doubt. Very good, let's say, picture about the round table and the rectangular table. How the Chinese round table can be or could be made more rectangular, we have some ideas, by the way. European Commission prepared a paper about the reforms to be carried out with WTO. So there are ideas now which are coming up, and they primarily come up from Europe. Why? Because Europe learned how to reconcile different techniques, different traditions, different approaches, different languages even. So Europe, in a way, is a laboratory for a more global, let's say, approach, more global rule-making for the creation of norms. And the argument that some are alien to this system, because we expected much more from China to happen at the time of the Chinese accession to GATT, WTO, in 2001, it's true. It's true. The expectations, to a large extent, have been failed. That's that. Why? That's, of course, a different question. How it will happen in the future, we do not know. I cannot be too much optimistic, but you should never give up. So that's one thing, that there are, of course, internal difficulties in a system. Now, in such a case, it's not a solution to dismantle, to deconstruct, to destroy the system. In such a situation, you have to save the system. And in order to save the system, you have to reform the system. And you have to reform, and you can reform it. You have to tackle, let's say, undue state influence via state-owned enterprises and heavy subsidies and the financial system and an allocation of financial resources which is ultimately under the control of the party. You have to look into that. We also have some other problems in our country, so we cannot really reduce it to China. We have a large number of countries which vary various models. That's why I try to underline that I reject this dichotomic, let's say, approach to things. So, yes, indeed, if we want to save it, we cannot cancel it. It's not just trade. If somebody is unhappy about the Paris Agreement, climate change, which is, after all, the future of mankind, isn't it? One way is of stepping out. Another way is to say, look, we should improve it. Another example is the intermediary nuclear force treaty. Some friends of my delegation, I mean my generation, remember very well the mid and the late 80s. Now, it could be, likely I would say, that one of the important parties does not respect it. There is no full compliance. We all know that, by the way. I signed a paper the other day in which it was said. But then, is it the solution to cancel it, to step out? Or perhaps we should just explain to the other party that, look, you have to comply. Or we have to sit down and discuss how you can comply and what kind of perhaps new approaches are needed so that the treaty be respected. So this is just an example that instead of deconstructing existing things, we should perhaps build upon what we have, and we should at the same time improve and reform it. We have all something to do, no doubt. So this kind of blaming the other side doesn't really help. At the same time, sitting down, having a dialogue, understanding the changes, including geopolitical structural changes, that could perhaps help us in mitigating the existing tensions and conflicts, whether this is trade or more, and at the same time, perhaps in making the world a more prosperous and a safer place. Thank you.
My first question will be to Mr. Martonyi, as he has a huge experience being Minister of Foreign Affairs. Hungary, as a small landlocked country, what can it do in terms of international relations, dealing with all these global players? How can we, as a small country, influence global politics, or should we rather tend to be part of a larger bloc like we do in terms of European Union? What do you think of the Visegrad countries, the Visegrad bloc, the future of the Visegrad group?
Well, the idea was that I only have to make one speech. So if you invite me next time, then of course we can discuss Visegrad and everything. But, okay, I don't want to joke it away. I think the Hungarian dilemma is very much similar to the dilemma of the European Union as a whole. I tell you why. When I was speaking about this hierarchical structure and what the EU can do, I forgot to mention the basic dilemma, which is as follows. Do we give absolute priority to the bedrock commitment to the transatlantic alliance as Europe, or at the same time, we try to be open and develop better and closer relations with all the countries outside of that, including the major players. Hungary has a somewhat similar question to be answered. We are in a family, which is European Union and the Transatlantic Alliance, which is vital for our security. We all know that. At the same time, we want to open. We want to open to the world, opening up. That's the major slogan which we invented many years ago. And that's what we are doing. Understand? That's why we organized this conference. So the thing is, we shouldn't see a conflict between the two. It could be a question to be answered in concrete matters. But at the same time, the general strategic approach is the same. We are part of the family. At the same time, we are open to the world, and we develop, of course, all possible contacts, infrastructure, culture, trade, investments, and so on, and so on, and so on, technology, with the other important players. And I think, just to reflect briefly to the last part of your question, it's basically the same for Central Europe. So we are not alone in this approach or in this vision. And this is one of the successes, I think, which we achieved in the last 25 or 30 years, that, yes, indeed, we now have a functioning Central European cooperation. We even managed, I believe, maybe I'm a little bit naive, but we even managed to develop a kind of Central European identity, which is, after all, as I said, the root of everything. So all in all, we are not alone. And this kind of opening up and at the same time keeping our identity, hopefully can go together.
Thank you very much. My question to Mr. Huang, and it also relates, out of 4 questions, we have 3 related to trade disputes between United States and China. We have a question there which says, can we define present trade war as an open fight for the leading economical hegemon role? So you could answer that question, and also my part of the question is, can Europe benefit the trade war between China and the United States? Mr. Martin, you already touched this topic, but maybe if you
let me talk about the second point first, because as the minister commented in his speech, the short-term effect of the trade war is that actually Europe and Asia, some countries benefit because of the diversion of supplies. But the long term, Europe and Asia suffer. Europe actually is much more integrated to the Chinese economy than America is. That was one of my diagrams. So they're actually much more reliant upon China as a source of engaging with the rest of the world indirectly. And that's also true for Asia. So in the second round effects, a prolonged trade war means that Europe and Asia will suffer. So I've been writing about the end game. Because suppose you have a perpetual or stable stalemate. And I don't think actually America or China can solve the trade war. This is like a game theory. They're too powerful. They have certain objectives. The objectives are conflicting. So this trade war cannot be solved by China or it's solved by America. That's why we have a problem. You need an outsider. That outsider is potentially either Europe or Asia. But neither Europe or Asia right now see it in their vested interest to get involved. In part because they're benefiting from the trade war. But that's going to switch. So then the question will be, can they be drawn into becoming the mediator? And then I think the key issue here is, this would require a fundamental change in China's strategy in dealing with Europe and Asia. A much more willingness to engage on particular issues than they've shown. And they've not done that so far. So that's why I say that China's been very bad at building strategic alliances. It hasn't realized what it needs to give in order to build that alliance. So to prolong the trade war means that Europe or Asia has to step in. And I think that's more likely to happen the longer this war is perpetuated. In terms of the question of whether this trade war is going to benefit U.S. or China, they both lose. Now, the interesting thing is that if you look at a detailed study that the International Monetary Fund did a couple months ago, it showed that in the near term, over the next year, China will lose a lot more than America. So China might have a reduction in GDP growth by a full percentage point. America might lose something like a couple tenths. But if you go down to the medium and long term, kind of interesting. America loses twice as much as China. And why is that? Because this protectionist tariff system seemingly protects certain industries, but it basically hurts all the others. So in the medium long term, America loses because its industrial structure is actually impeded. And so the interesting thing is whether China, realizing that tariffs actually don't help, you may do it for retaliation, but it actually hurts yourself. So in the next round, I do not see China actually levying punitive tariffs. Why levy tariffs and punish your own people? That's what America is doing. Levying tariffs, punishing the consumers, punishing the industries, becoming inefficient. So the fund study shows that in the long term, 3 or 4 years down the line, if this continues, it's America that actually loses a lot more. And that's why I think this kind of a trade war, very difficult to contemplate because the short-term and long-term effects are so different.
Thank you. Let's open the space for the public and raise your questions. Yes. Can I ask somebody to bring the microphone for?
Thanks. I'm Tomáš Blažej from Slovak Foreign Policy Association, and my question goes to Mr. Huang. Where does euro actually stand as a currency stand in the global system, and what are the prospects for the single European currency from your point of view? Thank you.
Well, I personally feel that the euro is a fundamental and worthwhile aspect of the European system. And it has offered the world a second global currency compared to America's. And that's significant. So China invests a significant share of its resources in euro-denominated assets. Europe has, however, the same issue as, I say, China. For the euro to be a global currency, first of all, it needs to be convertible, and it is. But Europe is running tremendous trade surpluses now. So instead of paying out euros to others because it was running a deficit, Europe was gaining a surplus. Europe is also retrenching in terms of its financial aid kinds of programs globally. So the euro role as a global currency, I don't think will change fundamentally in terms of becoming more significant. The dollar, ironically, because America is running more and more trade deficits, and it pays for those deficits in dollars, the global role of the dollar as the global currency continues to increase. This coupled with a sense of uncertainty, money always flows to America in a sense of uncertainty, so the dollar gets stronger. So the dollar will continue to get stronger, solidifying its role as a global currency because of perceptions of safety. And it gets stronger because the dollar continues to get more freely available globally. Then this raises the interesting question about the RMB, for example. The big issue in the long run is the RMB going to get stronger or weaker? And I used to be the World Bank director for Russia and the former Soviet Union. Fundamentally, the issue is any closed economy where the wealth was forced to be invested domestically, when it opens up, will diversify its portfolio. Because when you have all these savings in China, over time, Chinese companies and firms and households will realize that they should be investing everywhere in the world and not just at home. And if you look at the structure of Chinese assets, it's excessively concentrated within China. That's why the property prices are so high. So as China becomes more engaged, you will see a steady outflow, not because of panic or flight, but because it's intelligent to diversify your portfolio, which means that China's funding will continue to go out slowly over time. And that means the renminbi will decline steadily in value in the future. This again will solidify the dollar as a global currency. So I basically feel that dollar as the global currency will continue for a foreseeable future, both because of what's happening in Europe and both what's happening in China.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Sándor Kusai. I'm the former ambassador of Hungary to China, and I am now lecturing at the Pázmány Péter Catholic University. I have two questions for both of our dear speakers. First, for Mr. Huang. The trade war seems to have pushed China to the new development model instead of export-led development into the new system, the supply side reform or whatever we call. Why is it stalled in China? Why doesn't it move forward internally, this reform process? And for Minister Martonyi, I would like to ask you, what is better for Hungary? The zero-polar world or a multipolar world? For long-term strategic interests of Hungary, what do you think? Which is the better? Thank you very much.
Which word? Sorry. Could you repeat your question? Zero.
I have to think.
Oh, you think about it. Okay. The Chinese economy is at an inflection point. One hand, you have large state enterprises which are suffering, whose rates of return are half what's going on in the private sector, and the government doesn't know what to do about it. The problem is accentuated by the fact that many of these state enterprises are in the northeastern portion of China, the depressed area. The solution ultimately requires either trying to develop a more dynamic base in the Northeast, which is very hard, or actually relocating or encouraging people to move from the Northeast to the rest of China. So that's why it's so hard to resolve. The government signals its intention to tackle this because they put their lead economic advisor, Liu He, and the vice premier, in charge of a committee dealing with the SOEs and what to do about it. And I say it's difficult because it's a political issue and it's a geographic issue. So the combination is extremely difficult to resolve. On the other hand, you have a unique situation occurring in China, which I think is difficult to predict. It's the new economy based upon e-commerce and e-payments. China is very strange. It has skipped the normal path of financial development that we experience in the Western world. They went straight from a cash economy. They skipped the check paying phase. They skipped the credit card phase. And they leaped directly to the mobile payment phase. So everybody in China pays by the mobile phone. So as you tourists go there, pretty soon you have a tough time because you can't even pay in cash. Okay? So by skipping the check phase and the credit card phase and going straight to the mobile payments phase, they've unified the social network. So the social media, the payments media, e-commerce is all unified, and then you immediately go to the artificial intelligence database phase. So there's the big debate in the West about artificial intelligence, data, the payment system, and wondering whether China can compete. Normally, you wouldn't think it could because it's so way behind, but it skipped 2 stages. And unlike the West, where habits are hard to break. For example, in the US, you cannot actually persuade Americans to give up their credit cards. They're too used to it. That totally handicaps the system. In China, they've already gone beyond that. So there is, therefore, the new economy stage, which gives China a tremendous inroad into a certain set of activities, which the West has a very difficult time to catch up. So whereas we're debating in the West about Google or Facebook and everything else in their role, or Amazon, China's already skipped that debate. And this is part of what I call the threat. Because suppose that skipping the phase allows them to create a dynamic, different kind of an economy and systems, which supersedes what we are experiencing in the West. I don't know the answer to that question. I also don't know what the role of government is. Because in the West, our debate, we're worried about individual liberties, protecting information, and that's slowing down the development. Authoritarian regimes don't have to deal with this issue. They can promote this issue. but there's also risks, and there's a security concern from China of a different form. So we have a set of issues going on in China, which is not something we've had to deal with in the West. It has potentially powerful economic as well as political implications.
Now, coming to your question, what I know for sure is that we don't want to, in any case, I don't want to live in a world which is dominated by a single power, a single hegemon. By the way, it has never happened. I think it's also in Kissinger's book when he describes the efforts aiming at such a domination, which all failed, geographically, but also time-wise. So maybe in very short periods that could be the case, but we all need equilibrium. Now, whether this is multipolar or something else, I don't know. As I said before, I have some suspicion regarding this word multipolar, because the poles are changing, and they are diverse. And that's why I try to find this word heterarchic, which means there is order, there is some degree of equilibrium, but this is volatile, this is changing, and there is no fixed hierarchy. I think that's important, because hierarchy creates tensions. Now, as a small nation, let's say Hungary, we are interested basically a safe and prosperous world, as I said, and a kind of equilibrium in every respect. So whether this is called multipolar or zero polar, I don't know. But certainly, especially such a nation like Hungarians, whose whole history has been about freedom, individual and collective. Collective freedom we called national independence. So I think for us it's vital that we have a space where we can move freely and independently.
Thank you very much. I have to close the floor now because we are out of time. So now we have a 20 minutes coffee break, and see you back here 10 minutes past 11.
So, good afternoon again. My name is Viktor Eszterhelyi. I'm a senior researcher at the Pallas Athene Innovation and Geopolitical Foundation. And it is my pleasure to be the moderator of today's second panel. The title of this panel is Regional Integration and its Relation to the Changing International System. In the last decades, especially after the Second World War, regional integration has accelerated and deepened around the world. In Latin America, in North America, Europe and Africa, and Asia as well. So regional integration can be labeled, according to several scholars, as a major phenomenon of the liberal international order. However, this old or liberal international order, especially after the economic crisis in 2008 and 2009, is reeling under the pressure of profound systematic change, such as the multipolarity. The transformation, or as some scholars call the fragmentation of the liberal international order, no doubt affects the regional institutions too. So today in this panel, we are going to investigate this process. We are focusing on the regional integrations and how do they relate to the changing international circumstances. And it is my pleasure to introduce our four panelists today. However, there is a minor change. One of our panelists, due to visa issues, have to be changed to our director. So Vladimir Paramonov is not coming to our event. However, he will be replaced by our director, Mr. Anton Bendazhevsky. So it's time to introduce our distinguished panelists. First of all, Dr. György Szapari. Sapari, who is the chief advisor to the governor to the Central Bank of Hungary, and between 2011 and 2015, he was the ambassador of Hungary to the United States. And among these, he took part and he served for several influential international institutions and organizations, including the International Monetary Fund. So please applaud him. And sir, you can take, or you can start here. Yeah, okay, thank you. The next speaker of our panel is Dr. Darvis Kudori, who is associate professor in Oriental Studies at University of Le Havre. However, because we have a deep relationship, so we are friends in the recent years, I would like to also give a personal instruction. According to my view, he is one of the most influential scholar in France dealing with Asia, and especially Southeast Asia. So please welcome him as well. And our third panelist is Dr. Tamás Csiki-Varga, who is a research fellow in the Center for Strategic and Defense Studies at the National University of Public Services. And in his presentations, he's going to focus on the smaller states dealing with international organizations and how is it related to the changing international system. So welcome him as well. And finally, as I mentioned previously, the last panelist is going to be Mr. Anton Benderzewski, who is the director of the Pallas Athene Innovation and Geopolitical Foundation. Welcome him as well. And before we start with the presentations, I would like to shortly introduce you the structure of today's panel. There will be three blocks. In the first block, I'm going to ask all the panelists to talk shortly, around 10 to 15 minutes. And then in the second block, I will have a chance to address one of my questions or two of my questions. And finally, we are going to give the floor to the audience. So thank you very much that you are here. And Mr. Sapari, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. While they are putting up the a few slides, I will tell you that to some extent it overlaps what Mr. Huang had said. Yes, Mr. Huang had said. Even though I know Mr. Huang have known him for 30 years, when he worked at the World Bank and I worked at the IMF, we didn't coordinate at all. So I am rather going to take this one. What I am talking about would be, what does it take to be a geopolitical power in a new world order? Okay, one is population. You have to have a large population. You cannot have a very rich country like Switzerland, have a strong currency, have a very large GDP per capita, will not be a world power. So you need population. You need also land area. It has to be a fairly big land. Again, I am just mentioning Switzerland. And you need oceans. The oceans are very important, first of all, for trade. Second, if you want to play a to be a big power, either militarily or culturally, you need oceans. And if you look at it in the past, the big powers, they always had the ocean. The Egyptians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Britain, the United States, Russia, China, the Ottomans, they started out, but they went all the way until they found an ocean in Greece, in Anatolia. So oceans are very important. And GDP and military might. But I just show you first the number on the population. Well, China is the largest. Right there, India, European Union, Germany, France, Italy, United Kingdom, United States, Russia, and Japan. I just wanted to show which are the countries that have large enough population that they might say, okay, I could be a big power. The biggest countries, actually it's Russia, China, United States, Canada, Brazil, India, and down then is Japan. There are a few in between. There are larger. This is why I have the dots there, but they don't come into the picture like anthracite has a big. And then the GDP. GDP is important, as Mr. Wang has also said. And what are we seeing here? What we see that over the last close to 20 years, the share of the US in the world's global GDP has declined from 32% all the way to 24, China from 4 to 16, and of course after a while it will catch up just also because the population is much larger. I put in India because it has has a very large, third largest population, but as you can see, it's insignificant in the world GDP, and it's also not increasing very fast. And I have shown also on the purchasing power parity basis, it doesn't make a big difference. Now let's go back to the next here. Military might. This is important. You know, if you want to be a global players, you need military might. So let's see how do we defense expenditures. The United States is the largest, but diminishing. European Union is the second largest, but also, you know, it's a little bit increasing. But let's put. But then look at China. It's the third largest, and it's increasing very fast. That means something. Russia is in there just as a third, but actually its military might is decreasing. Although, you know, as Martin also mentioned, they have nuclear capacity, and that's enough to I wouldn't say it's enough, but it's one reason that when one country can play a geopolitical role. I go back to I lost it. Can you put it back, please? Trade diversity of trade you need, and not only just trade, but diversity. I am not going back to what Mr. Hung said because he showed it very clearly that the diversity of trade matters. Natural resources, that also matter. The United States has also, a lot of natural resources. Russia has a lot of natural resources. China doesn't have that much. Innovation capacity and education, also very important. And here, there are three areas that come in: United States, China, and Europe. And China actually has it was also shown by the chart by Mr. Huang, is coming up very fast. In some areas, China is leading, like robotization, or like high-speed trains, or like self-driving cars. So they're coming up very fast. This is also an important quality that a country needs to have if it wants to claim geopolitical role. Reserve currency. Okay. Currency is very important. And there are some conditions to have a world currency. One is that there has to be enough of it. And that, again, it was enough. Again, I come back to Switzerland. Switzerland has a very strong currency and very stable country, but it's not enough of it. You need enough of it. In the 1960s, the question was of dollar shortage, because the United States had a small trade deficit, and people were afraid, economists were afraid that there is not enough dollar around to oil the world trade. That has changed with the large current account deficit of the United States and the large fiscal deficit. So you need enough of it. And as was mentioned also by Mr. Hung, it's when you come and look at current account deficit, it's a question of balance between investment and saving. And in China, savings is larger than investment. So China cannot push out as many RMBs as the United States can push out dollars. So that's one. But it has to be in what do you set the prices of trade? Right now it's in US dollar. This is not the most important aspect of it, because if you are a very important trading partner like China and you import a lot of things from China, then you can say the RMB can be the price of the goods can be priced in RMB, but you need more than just that. You need liquidity. It has to be liquid enough. The most liquid capital market is the US market. And it also has to have a depth of the capital market and transparency so that people have confidence. So when people buy, they buy, central banks buy government bonds, then you have to have, besides the confidence, you have to be also sure that you have a very liquid capital market. You can sell anytime that you want to. So even though China is a big country, big trading country, I agree with Mr. Huang that it will take some time, a long time, I think, before the hegemony of the dollar will be over within the world trade and world investment. The capital market is much more important. The movements in capital are much more important than the movements in trade internationally. And then also you need to have an ambition to be a world leader. And I come to that. So let's now go to see contribution to world growth. You know, you can see that China is the largest. Then comes the United States, India, Eurozone. Here it shows that China has a very large contribution to growth. So it influences a lot the world market, how China is growing. So that, you know, shows the importance of China in the world economy. Trade shares, again here, the United States share is diminishing in imports, for instance, from 18% to 13 or so, and India is increasing from 4 to 10. So soon it will be, it could be as big as in the United States, and I think it will be larger than the United States, just because the population is much larger. And if you take, if you look at just trade per capita, which generally doesn't change that much between large countries, then just because of the larger population, the trade will be, the Chinese trade would probably overtake in the world trade the United States. And the same thing on exports. Down there you can see the United States share is diminishing, China's share is increasing. Defense expenditures are so these are my concluding thoughts. So candidates for leadership, obviously the United States, still strongest, but relative power diminishing. The America First policy has diminished the confidence in the US by many, particularly within Europe, but also it has encouraged maybe other countries, say Russia, to be a little bit more aggressive because they interpret America First as being isolationist. I don't think so, because don't give up America's strong will to lead the world, even if it has a share that role has to be, even if it has to share that role with others. Why does America have that ambition to lead? It is ingrained, rooted in the history of the United States. It's the oldest and strongest democracy, which remains a source of confidence for many other countries versus authoritarian rules with less democratic experiences. So conclusion number one, the US is going to remain a geopolitical power for some time, even if it has to share it with others. Europe would qualify by population, land, GDP, currency, even military to some extent, democratic traditions. It would make a credible candidate to be to be a world power as such. Why isn't it? It's because there is not one state behind it. There are nation states behind it. The military power is by nation states, just by 3 countries mostly: UK, France, and Germany, a little bit Italy. So that inhibits Europe, however strongly it wants to be a world power, geopolitical power. Its role will be limited, but it can be an initiator of some of the either a peace agreement or other agreements like the Paris Agreement. It can be the initiator, but and can play a supporting role, but it will be very difficult to have a leading role as big as the US or China. China qualifies because it has large population, large area, soon largest GDP and trade, already largest contributor to world growth, rapid increase in military spending, very important, strong in innovation and education. And, this is my view, China has a strong ambition to become a leading world power. So China would come just next to the United States. Russia has a military might, but for the time being has a very weak economy based mostly on natural resources. But that might change in the future. So I still have a conclusion. The conclusion is emerging US-China bipolar world for the near term, with China increasingly dominating, and I think there will be a regional domination, China increasingly dominating East and Southeast Asia and gaining influence in Africa and parts of South America. But the United States will be there, and the United States is a big ally within the NATO, Europe. Regional organizations like ASEAN or the former TPP or Mercosur or the Eurasian Economic Union will not have. Those are states, and the states have divergent approaches and views on many aspects of the world politics. There will remain economic and trade cooperations, important in many ways, but not geopolitical power. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank firstly to the organizer who invited me to come here. I was walking around here 2 years ago as a tourist, and I didn't dream that in the next coming 2 years I will be a speaker in this very beautiful building. And also, especially, I would like to thank two researchers from this PAIGEO. I get confused always PAIGEO with Piaggio, which is the mark of Italian scooter, Vespa, Piaggio. PAIGEO, Piaggio. Especially Victor Esterhai and Peter Clemensit, who came last 2 years. Every year I organize, since 2017, a conference series called The Rise of Asia in Global History and Perspective. And we started in 2017, where Peter and Victor were there. And the last year, the second edition, Peter was there. And the third edition will be next March in 2019. It's a bit of promotion. Always the great theme is the rise of Asia in global history and perspective. And 2019 corresponds to 150 years of Gandhi. So the theme will be, will the rise of Asia bring peace, justice, and non-violence to the world? So if you are interested to present a paper on this sense, you are more than welcome. So we are going to speak about the rise of Asia. Well, it seems to be a phenomenon widely recognized that Asia is rising. But for those who still doubting that Asia is rising, let's take as hypothesis to our work. So the rise of Asia, will it lead to a new order, or Prof. Huang told me last night, or toward disorder? So toward new world order, toward new world disorder. So this is the title of my presentation. And well, I want just to quote 3 scholars who shows the importance or the phenomenon of the rise of Asia. First, Emanuel Wallerstein, who is professor at Yale University and sociologist and political scientist, who work a lot on world system, and he said that this is the cycle of Asia. I mean, the rise of Asia is widely recognized, and it is the comeback, in fact, of China on the world stage, as Professor Huang shown. In 19th century, China was the biggest or largest economy, and then slowed down and then come up. So it is the re-emergence of China. Kishore Mahbubani, who is a professor of political scientist in Singapore University, National Singapore University, who said that the rise of Asia will be good to the world. Will be good to the world. Well, we can discuss. And he said that Europe or the West should not be afraid of the rise of Asia. This is Kishore Mahbubani. And the third, Rahman Subhan, who is Bangladeshi economist, who wrote that the rise of Asia would not be painless, neither for the West nor for the East, because the dominating power until today is at the same time controlling economic power and military power. So these dominating powers will leave the rise of Asia peacefully. So the rise of Asia will be either peaceful process or process of turbulence. That's the question. So if we look at the top 10 global economic size, we speak about size, about weight. In 2020, on the top, this is based on Power Water Cooper's predictions, 2017. So 2020, the first will be China. Today China is based on PPP is already the first. China, USA, India, Japan, Russia, Germany, Brazil, UK, France, Mexico. 2030, China, USA, India, Japan, Indonesia, Russia, Germany, Brazil, Mexico, UK. And 2050, you will see China, India, USA, Indonesia, Brazil, Russia, Mexico, Japan, Germany, UK. So how can we read this phenomenon? There are a lot of interpretation possible. So I will look at the one reading, which I put in green color and yellow color. I use the theory developed by Sukarno, the president of Indonesia, who in 1960s defined the world into 2 bipolar words, what is called new emerging forces, NEFOs, and old established forces, or old defaults. So if you look at these 2 colors, China, India, Indonesia, Brazil, Russia, Mexico are what is called NEFOs, new emerging forces, while USA, Japan, Germany, UK is the old established forces. So, and what is behind these 2 forces? Do they have the same aspiration for the future of the world? What do they think for the future? New World Order. So, I would say that there are 2 possibilities, the New World Order. Either there will be global rebalancing, or global restructuring. The global rebalancing is mostly the discourses of this World Bank, IMF, the Western powers. Yes, there will be the balancing of the economic powers. But who controls this order? The structure will be the same. The structure of UN will be the same. That is the discourse of the old established forces. Well, the global restructuring is more the discourses of these new emerging forces. There should be UN reform. There should be reform in the financial architecture of the world, etc., etc. And who are behind these two scenarios? So I will use the term of astronomy. So I'm happy that I have astronomers here. I would use two terms in astronomy. First, what I call a galaxy, and the second, constellation. Galaxy is a Big Bang, and then come out the sun, the planets, the comets, and I call Western galaxy, the Western powers as a galaxy. But inside this galaxy come out a small constellation of stars, of planets, of comets, what I call Bandung constellation, based on Bandung Asian African in 1955. So I will not define what is Western galaxy, but I will to show you the characteristic or the phenomenon of Western galaxy. What is Western galaxy? This is starting from the European conquest of the world, genocide of indigenous peoples in America and Australia, slavery, colonialism, 2 world wars, Holocaust, NATO, Wall Street, Bretton Woods, World Bank, IMF, etc., apartheid, American war in Vietnam, Washington Consensus, G7, Davos, subprime. These are all a part of the what I call Western galaxy. While Bandung constellation is 5 centuries of struggle for liberation from colonialism and imperialism, starting from the Bandung Conference, and then followed by Belgrade Conference, non-aligned movement, Havana Conference, Tricontinental, and then coming out African Union, ASEAN, SAARC, G77, UNASUR, CELAC, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, World Social Forum, BRICS, etc., etc. It's a part of what I call Bandung Constellation. Why? Of course, because well, if we come back to this, China, India, Indonesia are the major actors of Bandung Conference. Brazil, Russia was at the time Eastern Bloc, but was in favor of Bandung Conference. And then Brazil, Mexico become the non-aligned part of the movement. So you see, that's a part of the family of Bandung. But of course, they are not united, as we'll see. So now we come to competition. This Western galaxy, they dominate the world until the Second World War by 5 tools of domination, which is colonialism. First, control, territorial control, exploitation of the people and the territory for enriching the metropole, not for enriching the local people. Imposition of political, cultural, social, and economical model toward the occupied territory. Racial discrimination, all colonialism practicing racial discrimination. Peopling, or replacing the indigenous people by people coming from especially Europe, which is very successful in the United States, Australia, failure a bit in Latin America because you have still indigenous people. So this means of domination ended in 1960s because the African continents, they were liberated in 1960s. And now, how this Western galaxy try to maintain their domination. Now you have 5 means or 5 tools of domination. The first is science and technology. Of course, we can talk about this one, the robotic, now the artificial intelligence, the outer space technology, the deep sea technology, the nanotechnology. Who can afford this? So this is, who control this technology is potentially the leaders of the world. And I said to my friend, astronomist, what is the place of Hungary in this place? I said, well, Hungary is a small country, but I heard that it is densely populated by scientific people, I mean, who receive a lot of Nobel Prize. So it means that Hungary has a potentiality as in controlling science and technology. You have the place for this. The second, information, communication, media. Who control this? All this Google, all this Facebook. Okay, and then China tried to control all this. The third, financial system, as it was demonstrated by Prof. Huang this morning. Who controls the financial system? And then the fourth, which was not mentioned in the previous expose, except from you, the mass destruction weapon, the military might, as you said. And the five is the control, which is not mentioned in previous expose, is the control over access to natural resources. You can be a rich country in natural resources, but you do not control the access, then you will not be rich. So who control over access to natural resources will be potentially leading in this one. So, well, this is the Bandung spirit. Bandung, the force of Bandung is not in the 5 means, but it is moral forces. When it was declared in 1955, Bandung is moral forces. But moral forces is very important over other means. For example, Vietnam War. The Vietnamese succeeded to chase out United States not because military power, but public opinion. So moral forces is very important. So Bandung spirit is based on 5 core values: the peaceful coexistence of diversity of political and economical system, the liberation from any kind of domination, equality between races and nations, solidarity toward the weak, and emancipation toward the people-centered development. So this is the moral forces of the Bandung constellation. But now, of course, these forces I identified, they are not united in this point. So, what is the future? If the, well, the last Nobel Prize on physics last year is, if 2 black holes meet, what will happen? Or 2 galaxies was in collision, what will be? It will be huge explosion and violent catastrophe. So, in the future, would it be violent collision or peaceful fusion? If we read the situation today, it seems to me that the United States tend toward violent collision. But China is trying to go into the peaceful fusion. So, but beyond, well, just have a look, because this morning we speak about the nuclear warhead. That's true. United States and Russia are the leading of nuclear weapons. But also India, you have India, China, and North Korea. If we look at the Bandung constellation, India, China, Korea is a part of the Bandung constellation, while in the Western galaxy you have United States, United Kingdom, and France. Russia, I think it will be a part of the Bandung constellation, because since the beginning, he was in favor of the Bandung constellation. So if we look at this configuration, you will see who will win in the nuclear war. So this is if the collision, violent collision happen. But if we look at the pollution, ecological issues, and we will see that China is the most polluting country. So beyond the two scenarios, the present rise of Asia follows the same Western model of development, which is economism, productivism, consumerism, and materialism, that will not lead to the world to peace and sustainability. So, what society for peaceful and sustainable world? This is my question. Thank you very much.
My main research topic is Eurasian Economic Union and the geopolitics of post-Soviet countries. So my question for this conference, as a topic, the subtopic is integration and multipolarity. My question will be, can the Eurasian Economic Union become one of the pillars of the new international world order? Before answering directly to this question, let me introduce few remarks on the topic. First, few parameters of integration. Well, according to World Trade Organization, the WTO, we have increased number of regional integrations in the last decades, actually in the last 15 to 20 years. According to latest statistics, in 2005, there were 312 bilateral trade agreements globally, worldwide, and 84% of those were regarding establishing free trade zones between the countries agreeing. Over 10 years later, in 2016, the number of such trade agreements was already 625. And over 90% of those were about establishing free trade zones. So according to the report of WTO, we are tending to go more closely to the integration process, which may differ from globalization. It's more like trade-driven integration process globally. Some key points of such integrations should be voluntary and, of course, mutually beneficial. It could be institutional, so when countries agree and then try to reach all those goals which were agreed, or it can be like a soft model to reach the integration dynamically. However, one of the most important point is creating synergies between the countries integrating. So it's not like we combine the economical output of A country together with B country to have A plus B, but the real value added point is to have something which will be much bigger in addition than just the arithmetic result of the two countries. This is the one which could give a real plus for these countries. What could be the roots of such integration? So it's real hard to countries completely different in cultural or historical background to have integration. Well, it's geographical proximity, common culture or historical roots. So in case of, if we're talking about Eurasian Economic Union and Russia, of course, it tries to reorganize the geopolitical space around itself. So Russia tries to consider itself as a core, as a heart, and tries to reorganize the countries in a bloc which close to it geographically and which belong to the same group in terms of culture, history, common language, or has similar level of economical development. Well, this is a theory which was introduced by Béla Balassi in 1961. He considered establishing 5 categories of integration, starting with, and he said that all the countries which are in an integrational process, they have to follow all these steps. First of which is to create a free trade zone, so to have to avoid restrictions inside the common market, then to establish customs union, so to make a common custom restrictions for the countries outside of the union, then to have a common market, economic union, and finally to have a complete political and economical integration. And most of the integrations which we see nowadays, like European Union, or Mercosur, or Eurasian Economic Union, are trying to follow all these steps. Road to Eurasian Union. So if we check, if we see what's happening in the post-Soviet space right now, it started, well, it started, of course, with the collapse of Soviet Union in 1991. And then right after, Commonwealth of Independent States was created, which didn't have any supranational institutions and was more related to some kind of coordinational tasks. Then next step was the Eurasian Economic Community, which was created in 2000 between Russia, Kyrgyzstan, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Tajikistan, in order to establish all the goals which are needed to have a future integration. And then next steps were the customs union in 2010, Eurasian economic space created in 2012, which introduced a free movement of capital and workforce inside the zone, inside the economic space. And in 2015, the Eurasian Economic Union was introduced. That's the current state of the integration, which still doesn't have any supranational institutions, but they have institutions which work on a daily basis to coordinate the trade of the countries. Right now, there are 5 countries participating. So it's Ukraine, Ukraine, no, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Russia, Kyrgyzstan, and Armenia. Well, the future, they would like to see a Eurasian Union, which would be a political integration rather than not just economical integration. Well, it looks like a straight line, like to reach from 0 point, from the collapse of Soviet Union, to reach another integration form, to reach Eurasian Union. And when I'm doing my research, I also always consider it as a straight line. However, it is not, because there were a lot of tries to jump all these steps in the 90s and to create some more developed integrational forms in the post-Soviet region. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, a lot of systems inside the post-Soviet countries remained identical, like united. For example, these countries still used Russian ruble years following the collapse of the Soviet Union. The energy system was much correlated and united. The communication system, they were using it for several years before each country departed from the Soviet bloc, tried to establish its own system. So it's not surprised that these countries try to discuss further forms of integration. For example, in 1992, they signed 12 countries out of 15 from the Commonwealth of Independent States signed an agreement on customs union. However, it didn't work. So they tried already in 1992 to create a new kind of customs union, but it didn't work. And then 1 year later, in 1993, again, over 10 countries from the 15 members of Commonwealth of Independent States signed an agreement of establishing an economic union. And they discussed all those integrational goals which have to be reached, which we see right now in Eurasian Economic Union. So to have common customs, to have free trade, free capital movement, free workplace movement, and so on. However, it was so hard to implement all these agreements that it took several years. And while they were preparing all the agreements, initially all the systems which were inherited from Soviet Union fell apart. And then it was no point to follow this agreement. So it didn't succeed. So it's an example of when countries try to jump several steps ahead in integrational process and try to force the integration, usually it does not succeed. Now I'd like to speak of current economic performance of Eurasian Economic Union. Well, the current, 2 minutes. No, you're joking. Okay. So, well, the current state of Eurasian Economic Union was established in 2015. And exactly that's the time, you can see it with the laser, exactly at the time when Russia seized Crimea and the sanctions were introduced against Russia. So all the countries in the bloc which were integrating in this new formation were suffering economically because of the sanctions, because of the trade limitations, because of the weak Russian ruble, which followed with the crisis of the local currencies in Belarus, in Kazakhstan, and so on. So you can see the internal trade inside the bloc and the foreign trade. It collapsed after 2014. So while the foreign trade of these countries was over $900 billion in 2013, after that it decreased to $500 billion. Also the same if we see the investments inside the Eurasian Economic Union, you see a huge collapse. I'll speak about this one later. And that's another point if we talk about the current state of integration between the countries taking part, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and Russia. The trade between them is not balanced at all. For example, in terms of Belarus, if we check all the trade inside the bloc going towards other countries, so 94% of trade of Belarus goes toward Russia, and only a few percent, like 4% go to Kazakhstan, 0.2% go to Armenia. And the same numbers you can see with other countries. So all of them have very high amount of trade towards Russia, but they don't really do any trade between each other. It's minimal. So Russia is the core, is the one who's organizing this space, but the countries, if there was no Russia, they would not have any reasonable trade between each other in the current state. Okay, so I don't have too much minutes. Well, and that's the result. It's resulting so-called customs warfare when these countries, which are part of one union, of one economic union, they having trade wars against each other. So Kazakhstan recently introduced restrictions to import dairy products for Kyrgyzstan. Russia forbidden dairy products or meat from Belarus. Belarus forbidden another products from Russia. And that's all because of the bad economic performance of the bloc and the countries trying to limit the trade to have some benefits, because otherwise right now they don't have real benefits from the union. 1 minute more, can I? Okay. So again, can Eurasian Economic Union become one of the pillars of the new international world order? My answer to this right now is no. because of the several problems it has right now. So as I mentioned, one of the main problems is that the economy is really unilateral, and it's built around one member, around Russia. Well, there is a lack of proper infrastructure among these countries. Then there are problems of demographics, but Mr. Sapari was already mentioned this topic. So Russia's demographics look really bad, and not just Russia, but the whole bloc. So in terms of economic prosperity, it really limits further economic development. So there is no real cooperation right now between the members. It's more of a competition. So the members try to limit each other's dependence on Russian export. And just, one last point. Competition for the peripheries. I would also mention the Immanuel Wallerstein. Yeah. So in his theory, Russia can be considered a semi-periphery. However, in regards of other peripheries, it considers itself as a core, as a center. So it tries to organize the periphery around itself. However, it's not doing well in this task. As you can see, Ukraine is probably lost forever for Russia. Previously, the Russian trade with Ukraine was between 40 and 50%. Right now, it's around 15%. And European Union took all this share of Russian trade. Right now, European Union combined has around 40% of the trade. The same you can see in Central Asia. Previously, Russian trade with Central Asia in 2001 was around $3 billion. And China was performing around 1 billion. Right now I have numbers from 2015 or 15. China already outperformed Russia in Central Asia. That's my last point. The number is not real clear, but it's around 21 billion trade from Russia and around 24 billion from China. Okay, so yeah, I prepared some more, but but thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It is my pleasure to be here and join this distinguished panel. Actually, I chose a topic that hasn't been brought up so far, if I'm not mistaken. Much has been said about the world order, great powers, and so on, but not much has been told about small states. It's very fancy and sexy to speak about great powers and their capabilities and what the world order will look like in 10, 15, 20 years. But actually, how many of you live in large countries and great powers, regional or global great powers? Not many of you. I'm from Hungary. I work at the Center for Strategic and Defense Studies, and I am a policy analyst dealing with European defense policy and also doing research on Central European defense cooperation. Everything I say is my own opinion. I do not represent in this sense my research center and especially not the government of Hungary. So if I speak rubbish, then blame it on me. When I chose this kind of approach, and I will be very brief and restrained in my brief presentation, I chose this approach because if you take the scenario, then when there are big, strong dinosaurs roaming the earth, but you're still a little bunny, you still need to live in this world, and Hungary, for example, is rather a small bunny than a big dinosaur. And when I speak about what can small states expect from integration, then I brought you 5 examples. Because the key question is, why is it important for small states to be part of integrations? What makes it sexy for them to become part of integrations? And this is important for us, especially in Hungary, because we are not setting the rules of the game, but we are rather shaping or only following the rules of the game. So what can we expect when we are part of any kind of integration? The first is that we are part of a socialization process. We are a part of a learning process because we, for example, if we take the example of the European Union accession of 10 countries back in 2004, these rather small countries learned how to negotiate together with the other 15 and then later on more EU member states. They had to learn how to build consensus. They had to learn how to build various blocks within the European Union and how to negotiate their own interests. This is something that per se I consider a benefit of being part of a bigger team, because we learn those procedures, those rules of the game that make it possible that we share the benefits of integration as well. The second one is that we can articulate or channel our interests. We can say that we can upload our interests into the bigger sphere of the integration. And in some cases, in a few, but in some cases, small countries can also punch above their own weight, which means that some countries can be influential if they can find the very specific issues that can be uploaded to the political agenda of larger partners within the integration. Cyber energy policy, specific sectoral policies can be such topics and such issues. And we have seen certain positive results in this regard. Estonia is a well-known case for cybersecurity. A small country, I would say a very small country with very limited population, economic performance, and let's say military capabilities. But on the other hand, Estonia is exerting great influence on the European Union in terms of shaping its cyber policies, for example. The same is also true for NATO. So in this regard, small countries can also make an impact. The third example I brought you is that even small countries can benefit from what we call structural power, which means that they can elevate their own influence if they are part of the bigger integration that has structural power. The example is again the European Union. The European Union is keen on shaping its security environment, the neighboring regions, both to the east and to the south. Its means are the European Neighborhood Policy programs, economic activities, political, diplomatic, and other activities. And structural power means that the European Union is not institutionally tying these countries to the European Union, but is keen on developing those structures that are compatible with European norms, European interests, and of course it is putting the economic weight behind. And when we are, as small countries, for example, Hungarians, parts of these negotiation processes, we are parts of the bilateral and multilateral talks that are run with these partner countries, then we can also extend our influence because we can channel our own voices and interests into these talks. There is one small problem. I mentioned the European Neighborhood Policy. This should have two factors working. One is willing, and the other is capable partners with whom we can develop these kind of structural ties and towards whom we can exercise our structural power. The problem is that after the 2008 economic crisis, after the events of the Arab Spring, after the Ukraine crisis, both able and willing partners in the European neighborhood are lacking to some extent, so it's rather difficult to play this game with them. The third or the fourth example I brought you is protection. What do small countries seek from integration? Of course, protection. It also has the theoretical background, the alliance shelter theory, but we can give the simple examples that small countries are weak themselves, especially if they are in the neighborhood of great powers. Again, we can bring the example of the Baltic countries and their accession to NATO. What did they seek? They were seeking protection from any kind of Russian interference, let's say, let's call it like this. And this brings various potential problems, abandonment or entrapment. So whether they join, for example, the case of the Baltic case, they join NATO, and they are in trouble, of course, the partner countries, allied countries, other NATO countries should be on standby and be ready to act along the rules of collective defense and protect those or defend those countries who are attacked. If that does not happen, then we speak about abandonment, and there is always a risk that other allied countries may not be so much willing to go into war for some small country in the east, in the west, in the south, or wherever. The other potential problem is entrapment, and this is the other side of the coin. If there is any kind of conflict within, for example, the alliance, let's call it NATO, then all other member states are obliged to join, for example, the country being attacked, and they should fight shoulder to shoulder, which means that, for example, if any kind of military conflict breaks out involving NATO, then, for example, the Hungarian Defense Forces should go and whether the collective defense mechanism is activated, they should go together and be ready to part of a conflict that might not be directly involving Hungary in the beginning. The last example I brought you is what kind of benefit can be expected for small states from integration, is that for integrations there is an enhanced ability or capability to act in their security environment. They are more able to shape the security environment and, for example, fill power vacuums than the individual states otherwise would be themselves. And speaking about Europe and the European example and what we have seen so far, European countries and also NATO has been keen on transforming its security environment, whether it be Central Asia, the Middle East, North Africa. And we have seen wide-ranging stabilization operations in this regard, whether it be good or not so good. We can discuss this later on. But there is one thing for sure, that small countries like Hungary or the Baltic states can join these kind of endeavors. They can be part of this kind of environment shaping programs, let's call them this, and they can make a direct impact in this regard. We have seen a shift in the past couple of years, moving from stabilization operations, from direct military involvement to some extent towards train, advise, and assist operations, so support operations, which means that we provide the know-how, we provide institutional support, but the, let's say, dirty job is done by local partners. To sum up what I would like to say, and I would like to remain short, is that there are three things that we should keep in mind when we speak about small countries and integrations. The first is, when is an integration, as I mentioned, sexy for small countries? If the integration can offer any of these benefits for the small countries who might be able to join or willing to join the given integration. The second is that in each and every case we need to make a cost and benefit analysis, because the willingness of these small countries might be changing to be part of any kind of integration. In the mid to long term, as circumstances change, as the countries themselves change, it is very useful to reassess whether it's still a good business or not so good business to be part of any kind of integration. We have heard about the case of the Eurasian adventures or goals to create some kind of union, and we have seen the not so successful fate of it so far. So there is always a need to carry out cost and benefit analysis. And the third one, or the last one, as kind of conclusion, because we are small countries, Hungary is one of these, we always need to be very careful when these big, strong dinosaurs start to move, because the effects will really be on us. And when the world order is going to change, because I believe that it is going to change in some respects. Maybe there is a consensus in this regard among us. We are not going to be the ones who really shape the events. We are the ones who are not be subjects, but rather objects of these kind of changes. So that's why I think that we always need to pay special attention to small countries. when we speak about potential integrations. And thank you very much for your attention. I'm open to any questions.
So as we discussed in the introduction, it seems to be quite obvious that the changing international system has an effect on the regional integrations. So my first question is very, very simple. That in the recent years, there are more and more talks about disintegration. So what is our future? What are we going to head in the next years, next decades? Will be here more and deeper integrations in the future, or we are facing disintegration? Who's going to start?
Integration.
Integration or disintegration? What is the future?
Nobody is willing to start. Well, in fact, I was invited firstly by Peter Clement-Sid to speak about ASEAN as a process of integration, which is, that's true, it's a very good process. I mean, it's a successful, I think, successful process of integration, at least in terms of social, political integration, not yet really economic integration. I mean, before the foundation of ASEAN in 1967, the problems between the Southeast Asian countries were settled by war, between Indonesia and Malaysia, Philippines and Malaysia, and then you see the Vietnam War, and between Vietnam and Cambodia, and etc. So by the setting up of ASEAN in 1967, finally all these problems, conflicts, political conflict mostly, are settled by peaceful way, diplomatic way, etc. So ASEAN now is a peaceful region. It's also free zone from nuclear weapons. It is declared by all the ASEAN countries. And the process of integration continues, and now also free trade between ASEAN countries. So the process is like Europe, in fact, that now all the ASEAN citizens can go to the other countries without visa. And now even they can work, for example, Thai people can work in Indonesia, can work in Malaysia, and vice versa. Although it is not yet really established, but the process, the framework was there. So this is one thing in Southeast Asia. And now, of course, ASEAN is confronted either inside ASEAN itself or with outside affairs. Inside ASEAN, for example, which is, well, ASEAN, as I mentioned in my presentation, is a part of Bandung Spirit, which is one of the doctrine of Bandung Conference, was non-interference inside the country. So, for example, the genocide of Muslim population in Myanmar, the ASEAN countries, including Indonesia, which is the biggest Muslim country in the world, is paralyzed, cannot do anything, and the genocide continues, refugees from Burma. So this is from internal, and also, like, for example, the coup d'etat in Thailand. You see, and the conflict in southern Thailand between involving, although the religion is not the origin, but you don't know that every day they are killing in southern of Thailand, the frontier between Malaysia and Thailand, between Buddhist and Muslim. This kind of thing is internal problem inside ASEAN. And with outside, now of course with China, the problem of South China Sea claimed by China as the territorial integration of China. So we have the problem between Vietnam and China, Philippines and China, etc. Well, Indonesia is a bit far, so Indonesia in this case, fortunately, is always no problem with other countries because it's far away from China. But if there is a very direct frontier, maybe will be, well, Indonesia has problem in before 1967, I mean in 1965. You know that before 1965, the Communist Party Indonesia is the biggest in the world after China. But it was, and then Sukarno was reversed, and Suharto took power and massacred of the communist Indonesian between 500,000 until 1 million killed in Indonesia. So Indonesia was built on this bloody, the modern Indonesia, present Indonesia was built on. So, well, this is a part of this process of integration. I spoke about ASEAN. Yeah, okay.
So you would argue that further integration, at least in the case of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, okay.
further integration is still needed, even larger. That's why ASEAN sponsored even the ASEAN +3. I mean, it is now ASEAN who initiated to get together Japan, China, Korea in the forum of ASEAN. I think this is the process of peaceful, in order to reach the peaceful settlement of problem in the whole ASEAN, now even India, etc. So ASEAN, which is a successful process of integration, now extend itself in order to associate other countries to be a part of this ASEAN platform. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I would start out that one should make a difference between world power and integrations. Very often people think that economic integration will make some sort of a geopolitical power. As I said, no. It has to be a nation state. It has to be one country, one language, more or less one language, and one culture, one history. That's what makes. And then you have to have a large territory, as I said. So one should look at integrations separately from that, okay? Now, integrations happened, you have to look at what were the motivations that started integrations. In Europe, it was to avoid the wars that we had. Europe didn't have the idea of being wanting to become a big world power, but they said we have to avoid future wars, and that's the best way of doing it is to have a very strong economic integration. First, free movements of goods, free movement of people, free movement of capital, and then a common currency. So that was the major thing. If you look at ASEAN started out actually as the so-called neutral countries against the United States, looked at the United States as a capitalist country, etc., and started to cooperate.
Communist China
and Communist China also. But as you just mentioned, these are very, very diverse people. You know, religion, culture, language, etc., history, very diverse. However, they can have things like free trade, at one point maybe even customs union. Yeah. So economic cooperation, then they can have that. But it will not be a closed one. They will also be open to the others. Now, another you could think, Africa. I mean, it's very, very difficult because not only countries are different, but all the people who live there, the tribes are very different. The countries were not the borders of the countries were not drawn by the colonialists according to the languages spoken, but different. So I can see it would be very, very difficult to have that. But again, some cooperation you can have. There is the East Africa Monetary Union, the West Africa Monetary Union. So you can have some integration, economic integration. So you move that. Then there is South America, which Mercosur. That's what people thought that would be the next, after the European integration, would be the next integration. Culturally, it's more or less the same. They are close to, they're on one continent. And even in the early 40s and 50s, people thought that's going to be a very important integrated, economically integrated continent, this can happen. They have practically everything to do that. They have natural resources, they're big enough, etc. They fought each other, so they might want to avoid that as well. But needs for the integration, you always need one or two big powers. The European Union was Germany and France. ASEAN was Indonesia, mostly. Indonesia. Could be Brazil and Argentina, if they can get together. So I am not excluding this, that South America at one point will be a fairly integrated economic association or something like that.
Okay.
Just one small remark on integration versus disintegration. As I showed some statistics, so we clearly see that we are heading towards integration. So I think that's the point. But however, I think the question is that all those integrations, like Mercosur or ASEAN, in the recent years, they were trying to copy the example of European Union. So if you check their agreements, which were done in the last, those agreements which are done in the last 15 to 20 years, they try to establish all those steps or institutions which were which were copying the European Union's example. However, in the last years, there is a crisis in European Union, and now all these countries, all these integrations are not sure what to do. So the question is, I think, will be, what could be the next example for this integration processes? How should they proceed? Because what they see now, in case of European Union, it has major problems, and will European Union will be able to renew itself, or what kind of answers will it provide for others to copy or to have answers for that? So I think it will be.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief again. So directly answering your question, whether more integration or disintegration, I would say both at the same time. If we consider global structures, I would expect more disintegration, especially with appearing new alternative structures. For example, starting in East Asia, initiated by China and so on, which may increase in the mid to long term instability at the global level. However, at the same time, regionally, I would expect more integration. In that case, when there are economic benefits coupled to this. Because the general logic, in my understanding, and we can take again the European example, was back in the 1950s, that let's start closer economic cooperation, and then it spilled over to political, then to some extent foreign policy cooperation and integration. And there is now the question whether this could spill over and deepen more into defense integration as well. With the European Union, I'm not as positive in this regard as many would like to hear, or many would not like to hear. But at the same time, I would like to point out that this is a gradual process of deepening of the integration processes. And the first step should be economic benefit. If there is no economic benefit at the end of the process in sight, for example, in the European, Euro-Asian Union, then I don't expect that it would happen. So I would expect more integration in those regions where it's economically viable and beneficial. The second comment is that integration itself is not a, let's say, natural phenomenon. So this is something that countries, the participating countries, willingly decide upon. And they are putting serious effort and costs into these kind of projects that we should develop the integration. And it takes very strong will, political will, and it requires very strong compromises. So in this regard, if we hope for more integration, we should be more ready for compromises, for example. Last but not least, I very much agree with what Mr. Sapari mentioned, that in the European case, for example, integration was a mean to avoid military conflict. And through increasing interdependence, the countries would put militarized conflicts to the side, and try to manage their conflicts in some other ways. But at the very core of the problem, conflicts still remain in the system. So through integration, we shouldn't expect that it would solve all the problems as a miracle.
Thank you. I would like to continue with Anton's answer. He mentioned a topic which is highly debated in the literature of regional integrations, that whether the EU is still a model for other regional integrations or not. Darvis, on the other side, mentioned the Bandung spirit as an other force for creating regional integrations. So how do you see, gentlemen, can we still think that EU is a kind of model for all the other regional integrations, or there are other models, alternative models, culturally different models for regional integrations? Probably should start with always be the first. Yeah.
Well, I think ASEAN, for example, I think it's following the model of Europe in the sense of this economic integration, political integration. Even ASEAN at the beginning was not bounded by any institutional form. It is just association of countries without any binding institution. But now they start to bind themselves into a kind of well, like European Union with the constitution, common constitution for the whole ASEAN. So I think in this way, European Union is a model for ASEAN. But of course, there's a specificity which is different in ASEAN countries. So still, for example, the question of the non-interference inside the country member is still very important in ASEAN, which is problematic, as I said, about the genocide in Myanmar, the conflict in Thailand, South Thailand, etc. This is not yet settled. Do ASEAN will abolish this principle, non-interference inside the country? Or not, it is not yet settled. But the model, I think, Europe can be a model for, I mean, indirectly or implicitly is the model of ASEAN. Thank you.
Do the others agree with this? Do you agree with it?
So, you know, the European model is not just an economic union, it's also a political union. And we have a European Parliament with parties, we have a commission, we have a Court of Justice, etc. If you think of all this, I think, forget about it for quite some time, certainly from in Asia or in Africa. But if you look at only economic part of it, which is a free trade and a common customs union, you know, part of it can be. The most, how would I say, the region that would be the most ripe to do that is South America. Do you remember, I mean, back in the 40s and the 50s, those people who read those things, there was even a project to have a common currency in South America. So this is a place where it could be, but historically, it's still very difficult to go as far as in Europe. But again, like, you know, historically they fought each other, the rivalry between, great rivalry with Brazil, Argentina, Chile, different political setup, you know, the level of the democracy and the desire of the level of democracy that they want to have is very different. That was not a difference in Europe when they started out. So I would say could be a model as far as trade and economic cooperation is concerned, but I would stop there.
Is there anyone?
Thank you very much. Following up on what Mr. Sapari was mentioning, there are one or two things that we should keep in mind when we expect the emergence or development of integrations on the example, following up on the example of the European Union. The first is that in today's world, the European Union is based on the integration of modern nation states. The question whether other regions could follow would lead to the question, are such conditions given in other regions as well? So can we expect that nation states or modern states would embark on this kind of route that we should integrate? And I don't think that this basic condition is given in other regions of the world on a wide scale. The other one is that the European example has shown that the countries can unite to create stability as kind of an aim for the whole project. At the same time, a significant amount of stability, or a higher level of stability, I would say, or I would argue, is needed to create and sustain the integration. What we see in Europe in recent years, if there is no financial economic stability, if the neighborhood is not peaceful, then the integration itself starts to shake and tremble. So other regions of the world where more conflicts are prone, where military conflicts are still active, where stability is very low, or I would say that instability dominates, I would say that it's very hard to develop and especially sustain integrations.
I would have a final question. And it is
Can I just add something?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Because
please.
there's an interesting counterexample, which is Canada and the United States. You know, they live next to each other. They have free trade agreement, but not completely free, etc. But they don't have political integration. And here is a place where, you know, it would be ideal, you know, they could do it. But they still don't want to do it because the people are not ready to do that. Now, can you imagine then South Africa or ASEAN or the African countries to go through this when you have these two countries and they don't integrate?
So the EU is still a unique case. Yeah. So my final question would regard it to populism. So in the recent years, we see that there is a growing tendency toward inward looking. However, one of the major preconditions of regional integrations is to be open. So how do you see that these new emerging populist leaders often argue that they want to defend some of the sovereignty of their states? So is it a counter-argument? Will this generate a conflict for regional integrations? How do you see?
Well, let me tell you, when I was young, populists were left. You know, the populism was typically the left, on the left. And the left was international, you know, influenced by the communist thoughts. Those were the populists. And then suddenly now the populists are the right. So that's just a question on words. So it depends of when do you live, which word do you live, or which word do you look at it. The terms is different. But if you accept now that your question, that is, people are becoming more nationalistic. You know, you probably refer to Europe, because in other countries, if you look at Asia, for instance, there are nation states, and they are proud of their nation, etc. That existed for thousands of years. You know, if you look at Africa, new nations. You know, you cannot really talk about populism in that sense. You can talk about it in South America, because they had a separate history. But if your question is because most people talk about populism and nationalism in Europe, and that is, this is not new. I mean, I've always thought that a strong Europe is a strong association or integration of strong nation states, because it's very important. People speak different languages, you have different cultures, different history, etc. And my definition is that the best integration that you could find within a democracy is the definition of the nation state, because nation states are ready to take the sacrifice if it is needed, take a war, or you take the Polish independent fighters against the Germans, they went there as Poles. The Hungarian 56ers went there as Hungarians, etc., etc. And, and you cannot suppress this, and there's no need to suppressing. Instead, you have to build the integration of Europe on strong nation states. That's my feeling and my experience also.
Is there anyone who wants to comment it?
Yeah, I think it depends on which populism of which country are we talking about. If we're talking about small to medium countries, then it might lead to some kind of disintegration.
But for example, Donald Trump was against several regional integration. Just for instance,
I'm more for Russian politics, and
North African free trade
pick
agreement. So it was quite a new case.
yeah, maybe somebody can comment on Donald Trump, but in case of Russia, as the biggest populist of Russia is Vladimir Zhirinovsky, who's a member of liberal Democrats, the so-called liberal Democrats in Russia. And his main points is to restore the Tsarist Russia, to integrate the countries belonging once to the Russia, like Central Asia, Ukraine, and everybody. So in these terms, populism may lead to integration because he's for building an empire. In case of smaller countries, probably the populism are more for being independent.
Thank you. What I would like to point out here is that these are two problems that are very strongly interrelated, but we should tackle them one by one. On the one hand, I would argue that populism, whether it be left-wing or right-wing, is a problem itself because it distorts the public and political discourse. So it undermines rational discussion, it undermines consensus building, and it undermines the decisions that, for example, any kind of political elite or society would take. It, of course, has very strong effects on foreign policy of countries as well as internal political decisions. The other problem is related to what Mr. Sapari mentioned, the nation state. It seems that within Europe we are living at least years or maybe a new age of re-emerging nation states or an endeavor to strengthen the role of nation states. It's independent of my personal opinion whether I like it or not, or any of you like it or not, but this is a phenomenon. And when we speak about integrations, it is at the core about sharing sovereignty of the nation states, especially in Europe. So the discussion or the debate is going on about sharing more of sovereignty or retaining more sovereignty. And the discussion should be rational, and it should be open for compromises, in my understanding. And the two problems are interrelated with populist discourses or discussions because this rational element is missing if populism takes over the discourse. So I see the problem in this regard.
Thank you very much. So it's time to open for the Q&A question. So I will read here the first question. So, and this is addressing Anton. What can be the possible reason why post-Soviet countries do not want to cooperate with one another? So is historical background or something else is the key issue?
Well, I would separate the countries which had recent bad historical examples with Russia, like Ukraine or Georgia, of course, whom don't want to cooperate because of understandable reasons. In terms of other countries I was talking about, which are part of Eurasian Economic Union, it's not like they do not want to cooperate because the direction is that they want to integrate and want to cooperate. However, right now, some of their economic interests are not really meeting. So just to tell you some examples, in Kazakhstan, one of the main part of Kazakhstan, a major part of economy of Kazakhstan is to import machinery from European Union and build cars. So they're building major European brands in Kazakhstan and then distribute them to in the post-Soviet countries and in Central Asia. And when they enter the customs union with Russia, of course, Russia tried to protect its own market, and then they tried to force all those customs to other members. So what they did, they increased the import tariffs, the customs for all machinery coming from abroad, in order to to protect Russian machinery like Lada and others. And Kazakhstan suffered a lot because of that. So in regards to their economic interest, that was a bad move. Or for example, when Russian ruble was decreasing because of the sanctions, then Russia's product became much more competitive on the market of Kazakhstan or Belarus. That's why Kazakhstan and Belarus started to forbidden the sale of Russian products. So, and in this case, Russia could be the one who, if they would have money, they would try to compensate these countries because of their losses. However, Russia does not have the money right now because of the sanctions, because of the oil prices, and so on. And that's why this cooperation is not really working well. It could work well. And initially, when the countries agreed to form the bloc and these processes started, we had a really high predicted growth, economic growth, and we didn't foresee the sanctions and the low oil prices.
Thank you very much. Since the other questions related to the first keynote speakers, so first panel, I would like to give the chance for the audience to ask to our panelists. So is there anyone who has a question? Yep, there one. There's one.
Thank you very much. I am Anna Maria Artner, researcher of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, also teacher at the Milton Friedman University. And I am very interested in these topics, which are very important, I think, because they are about the future of our world, about the future of our nations and the integration of our nations in both in Europe and in Asia and in Eurasia. My problem is that I have seen women at the reception desks as attendant in the ward, in the cloakroom, and also as waitress. But I haven't seen any any women amongst the invited speakers. I think it's not too ridiculous. You are smiling. I don't know if I am happy about that or not. But my question is both to the organizers and to the invited speakers. How successfully do you think the integration of our nations, our countries, and our world can be if you pretend as if the other half of the society wouldn't exist? Thank you.
Let me answer the first part of your question. We try to organize women speakers. We were about to organize a professor from Oxford and another one from Paris, but they did not accept, so we could not organize them. So it's not about discriminating another half of the human population, but it's just it had its organizational reasons.
Thank you very much for this question. I think it's very, very important. And it is an opportunity to speak about the women movement, for example. Well, let's say in ASEAN countries, all societies, majority societies in the world are patriarchal. But in Indonesia, you know that there is still matrilinear, matriarchat society. That explains as well that Indonesia, despite the fact that it is the biggest Muslim country in the world, but the state is not Islamic, but we had heritage of Hinduism, Buddhism, and of course, hundreds of indigenous beliefs. Even last few months, the Parliament of Indonesia just ratified, which is incredible, that all the indigenous religions, hundreds of them are recognized as religions, like the big religion, Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, etc., etc. And women movement is very strong. And the actual government of Indonesia has 8 women ministers who are very strong. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Maritime Affairs, the Minister of Finance, who was a colleague of Professor Huang, Sri Mulyani, who worked before in World Bank, and well, other minister, education, etc., were very strong and were respected by society. Even there is a minister who has never finished his high school. She is the Minister of Fishery and Maritime Affairs. And she is a very strong woman. She's entrepreneur, born from fishermen, poor, and then developed it herself, become a businesswoman. And now she's rich. She doesn't need more money. She entered into politics, and she was recruited by the President Joko Widodo as Minister of Fisheries. And what is interesting, measures she took in order to secure Indonesian sovereignty. Now we speak about sovereignty, supported by the parliament, that all the ships entered into Indonesia illegally will be, sunk down. And hundreds of them already done, including Chinese ships, Thai, and now the stock of fish of Indonesia is increasing, etc. And also we have in Indonesia, we have women pilots. You imagine just a small woman of 22 years old, but piloting a big Boeing Airbus 320, it's just incredible. So you see that, well, and the number of women, of course, in the political affairs continue to raise. Even in universities, the majority of lecturers are women. For example, in one of the public university in big city like Surabaya, in Erlangga University, 64% of lecturers, professors are women. So this is just to give you example. And in terms of law, of course, they are equal. So women, girls, they have the same right, and they can go up until the top of the function. Okay, thank you.
Again, women have also a big role in China. Yeah. But Europe is very special. For instance, we have prime ministers. We used to have Theresa May. We used to have Thatcher, Merkel, prime minister, women. But then, and very powerful. But then below, very little. In the parliaments, the national parliaments, in the EU parliaments, very few women. If you look at the United States, it's very strong, and particularly the women members of the current House have increased tremendously in this yesterday's or 2 days ago the elections. If I remember correctly, out of the 535 members of the lower house, something like 138 are women, which is a record number. There are governors who are women, or at least candidates for women. So the United States is very different from Europe. Europe falls behind this for some reason. You might know the answer, I don't know.
Is there one more question, the final one? I see everybody's hungry, so I would like to thank all our panelists, and thank you also for the questions. And it's time to go for lunch. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let we start our panel. Thank you for those who stayed for this panel. We are going from global to a bit less global by turning to the V4. My name is Daniel Borta, and I'm the director of Budapest-based think tank Center for Euro-Atlantic Integration and Democracy, and I will moderate today's discussion. Let me introduce you my colleagues from the left to the right. Mr. Michal Korán, President of the Board of the Global Arena Research Institute. This is a new institute in the region, so maybe you can also shortly introduce your goals here, because you are fast developing now. Mr. Marta Nugro is the director of the Foreign Institute for Foreign Affairs and Trade from Budapest. Mr. Michal Bogusz, research fellow at the Center for Eastern Studies from Poland, and Mr. Tomasz Strazej, senior researcher from the Slovak Foreign Policy Association from Bratislava. Welcome, all of you here at the panel. And what we will discuss is how we see ourselves in the region, in the broader region, in the changing global world order, how we try to play the role that we played for about 100 years ago, or what we thought that we are playing, that's being the bridge in between, and is it possible to be the bridge at all? So let me first turn to Tomasz and start it from a bit the distance. How do you see V4 as a region globally? Do you think it's understandable externally as a region, or basically other formats are those that can be communicated in a geopolitical way, such as Three Seas Initiative, such as B9 was? Can we suggest our partners that V4 is the right angle to look on this region?
Thank you very much for the invitation and for giving me the floor. Usually, as a Slovak speaker in the Visegrad format, I speak as the last one, because not only because Slovakia is the smallest country in the V4, but also because S comes as the last letter, actually in alphabetical order. I think that it's a privilege for me to be the first speaker now. It's perhaps also because Slovakia is having the Visegrad Group presidency these days. And no, just kidding. One reference to your actually introductory words, Daniel. I think that we can discuss more the issue of building bridges and becoming bridges in the future. But there is one important remark to be made. The bridge connects actually two different riverbanks, two different entities, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, it is also actually the thing on which you can step on and you can march on through it. So it also includes, you know, the marches of the soldiers, and our historical experience from this region says also that for a long time we had been a buffer zone. So I think this should be also taken into consideration while speaking about the future, how to avoid the repetition of such a situation in order to become a bridge in a positive side and not to become the buffer zone again. As regards the Visegrad cooperation, I think that, yes, firstly, we have to do our homework at home and ask ourselves what we in our individual countries do think about the Visegrad cooperation and the V4, because I think that the perception and perspective is in each of the capital is a little bit different. Just to start in alphabetical order, I would just start with Hungary possibly, and my Hungarian colleagues and you, of course, are very welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that currently the Visegrad cooperation is really the format for Hungary, the regional format in which you find themselves very comfortable and which provides actually Hungary the added value and is strengthening its voice internationally. In Slovakia, in the Czech Republic, or Czech Republic should be the first by alphabetical order. It's because we are after lunch and we are a little bit, I think, tired. But I started with Hungary because we are in Hungary. But then Czech Republic, I think it is a little bit inward looking. And nowadays, I would be really happy if my colleague Michal correct me, but I really would like to know what is the Czech Republic's position towards the Visegrad cooperation and how the Czech Republic will handle its Visegrad Group presidency which will start in 2019. Because from my perspective, there are some political declarations that are nice, that sound nice, but actually the Czech Republic is more and more inward-looking and focusing on its internal developments, not paying that much attention to its neighbors anymore. Where for Poland, I would say that Visegrad is a well-recognized trademark, but we have also have to add that there are new regional formats initiated by Poland that are considered to be not competitive to Visegrad, but perhaps complementary to Visegrad. This is especially the Three Seas initiative, and also B9 can be considered to a certain extent the Bucharest 9 that focuses on defense and security cooperation as an initiative of Poland. So Poland, as the biggest Visegrad country, is existing and is supportive for a large number of regional formats, and Visegrad as such is very well placed there. And finally, as for my country, Slovakia, I would say that for us, definitely Visegrad is of strategic importance. It is because of number of reasons, economic, political, but also historical, cultural, geographical. We are the only country that has borders with all other Visegrad countries. But on the other hand, we are the only ones we are the only country that has adopted euro, the single European currency. So it actually provides us with certain obligations that are not exactly the same as in case of other V4 countries. So Slovakia finds itself currently balancing between the strategic importance of relations with Visegrad neighbors and actually somehow becoming a reliable Eurozone member that would support the deepening of the European cooperation. So if you see that there are some differences, then what's the image of the V4 abroad, I would say? And since this nice event is focusing on geopolitics and geopolitical issues, I would just refer to the main powers, so to say. And I will not speak about the relations of individual Visegrad countries to China, to the United States, to Russia, because I will concentrate on these three because of the time constraints, but would focus on the Visegrad Group level, what we do mean for Russia, China, and the United States as a group. Well, one remark needs to be made in addition, and it is the character of the Visegrad cooperation. We are not a single block of countries that would actually always speak in one voice. We are rather a coalition of the willing. We are a coalition of the countries that find certain areas in which we can cooperate. I think this is embodied in the very character of the Visegrad cooperation, this flexibility. So we do not have formal structure. We do not have one, so to say, phone number, just to refer to Kissinger. And we just actually are a very flexible regional format of cooperation. So as regards Russia, we can start with Russia. Perhaps I think that none contacts are existing on the V4 and Russia level. And I would say that the explanation is quite easy. Russia prefers to have bilateral dialogue with individual countries. This is also applicable to the European Union level, I think, because instead of communicating with Brussels, Russia always try to find the way to the most important players in the EU so they have a dialogue with Germany, they have dialogue with France, and so on and so forth. But Brussels is somehow not really present in Russia's political thinking and political acting. So there are no doubts that Visegrad, they do not have actually the instruments to approach Visegrad. That's why I think that the cooperation on the V4 plus Russia level is really improbable to happen also in the future. Well, China was mentioned as a very important player and increasing player with increasing importance. But it seems to us that for China, the 4 countries is perhaps too small bite. So they opted for the 16+1 format, which and the 16 embodies really the variety of countries from Central, Southeastern, and Eastern Europe. What can we learn from this choice and from this format? I would say is that really the differences and discrepancies between individual countries there are really huge, because the V4 countries, at least as regards the level of socio-economic development, are really comparable. But the 16+ format actually includes also the countries that are not EU members, that are not NATO members, and their level of socio-economic development is much lower than in the case of the Visegrad group countries. Well, so perhaps what would be suggested in order to make this dialogue more viable, really to divide the 16 group into smaller groups that would actually enable us to concentrate on real issues, because as of now we just see more declarations after the 16+1 summit than real actually projects that would be implemented. And it also relies to or it also concerns the actually financial possibilities that China offers to the region. Well, as regards the United States, I think that, we can say that there have been some attempts to create the cooperation on the V4+ level. At least there are meetings of political directors and so on and so forth. So I think that there are some prospects of developing cooperation in the V4+ US format. But again, it would depend on the US policy, how actually it would perceive its partners abroad, because it also seems that the focus is more on individual countries and bilateral relations. So this is just some introductory words and small insight from my side, and I would be happy to answer any questions if there would be some. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. Before moving to the next speaker, I would like to encourage all of you to use Twitter to share your thoughts, and also to use Slido. Once we are in the V4 panel, let's support the Slovak company, Slido, and ask questions through Slido. Slovak, yeah. Ask questions to the panel, and let me move now to Márton, actually, because one thing that Tomasz was not mentioned is how do we relate all these questions to the EU? How we consider what is the position of V4 in the EU, and what is the position of the EU in the global world order, and how the relations between China and the EU will develop. Can we run independently our foreign policies, not respecting Brussels positions on China, having in mind that recent developments triggered new initiatives such as qualified majority voting, changes in the qualified majority voting proposed on foreign policy issues, partially because of relations of certain countries, and it's not the V4 this time, with China. So how independently we can run our geopolitical policies to the EU.
Thank you, and also thank you for the invitation. First, when I've heard Tamás's comments about the bridge, instantly it came to my mind that bridges are the objects over which tanks stand to roll, and we used to have this experience quite often here in Central Europe, so be careful with the bridge metaphor if you can, because it has another meaning as well. I would like to reflect on some of the other things that have been already said. First of all, that whether the V4 can be treated as a separate geopolitical region or whether it is an entity on its own. And we shouldn't forget that we have two major institutional commitments here. First is NATO and the second is the European Union. And that connects us connects us to the question that Donny has just asked, that what are the opportunities for V4 countries to deal with China, with the US, with Russia, and with outside actors within the framework of NATO and the European Union? And the answer to that is not so much, to be honest. Because if you think about how individual countries can relate to others, and of course you should ask the question whether country-to-country relationships will have any meaningful substance in the next 20 or 50 years, you should never forget that the V4 countries have ceded a significant part of their sovereignty when they have joined the European Union. That means trade policies. That means regulating immigration to some extent, because if you think about the Schengen zone, there are certain requirements that everybody who would like to enter the Schengen zone will have to fulfill, because once you give an entry to a European Union member state, you give an entry to the entire Schengen zone from Iceland to Greece, basically. So in this regard, the responsibility and the restraints on the V4 countries are much bigger as you would think at the first time, if you imagine the four capitals as really sovereign and individual powers on their own right. And the second issue here is the question of size. And this is very important when we're trying to relate the V4, and by the way, the 16+1 countries to China, because as we tend to joke, Hungary is smaller than 2 precincts in Shanghai, which is a amazing and very big city. And even if you compare the economies of Shanghai and Hungary, I would have some guesses that which is the bigger one. So in this regard, the potential of most of the V4 countries, and Poland might be an example here because of its size, is so the outlook, if we're talking to outside partners, it's not so promising because of issues connected to leverage. And in this regard, teaming up in V4 in regional formats like the 3 Seas initiative and in the European Union provides us major advantages when we deal with outside actors. So if we are part of an EU-China trade deal, for example, that will be more beneficial to Hungary than a separate China-Hungary trade deal because we're just too small. Maybe the Chinese wouldn't even care sitting down with us because the market size doesn't call for these kind of moves. So in this regard, it is very hard to talk about Central Europe as a geopolitical region, if you want. It has been, and I think it will be always part of some bigger constructs. Like we used to be the backyard of Germany for a long time, and right now we're part of the European Union, and most probably we will remain parts of the European Union as long as there's anything out there as the European Union. So. This brings us back to Danny's question once again, that what the V4 can do to engage China and how we can reach out to Chinese investment and how we can bolster trade and so on and so forth. First of all, as individual countries, we're not allowed to conclude separate trade deals with China because we're in the single market. And by the way, the same goes for the United Kingdom once they will be out. So in this regard, our tools to open the Hungarian market towards Chinese investment and trade, and by the way, vice versa, will always go through Brussels because of the acquis and also because of the single market. And what we can actually do here, and this is what the Hungarian government has been trying to do, by the way, is to attract individual companies to invest here, to bring money in the country to get investments in infrastructure, in takeovers of ailing companies, and also greenfield investment if possible, even though, to be honest, there hasn't been so much Chinese greenfield investment in the country in the last 30 years, but maybe it will be coming. We may never know. But the idea comes down to smaller and not so visible things, if you want, because there will be never anything like that the Chinese premier and the Hungarian prime minister sign a major free trade agreement. The European Commission signs that on behalf of Hungary, by the way. And also, there will be nothing like a major deal which will allow Chinese companies to invest in Poland free of any surcharges and taxes and regulatory oversight and so on and so forth, because Poland is also part of the European Union and certain common regulatory measures apply to investments. And you can talk about illegal state aid, which has been one of the issues that have been raised against certain investments in all of the 4 countries. You can talk about the economic dependence of Central European economies on the German economy, by the way. So it's not so easy to reach out to China on the one hand, and not so easy for China to make inroads in Central Europe on the other, because anything that happens here has to follow EU regulations. And if I can put it this way, we might be even lucky that we have certain European regulations over our heads as an umbrella, because that provides some institutional safeguards against moves and decisions and outside influence that would have otherwise bring down entire economies of countries. One of the most interesting debates I have been seeing recently when it comes about Chinese investment in the world is that whether China is using infrastructural loans as a tool to gain leverage and turn loans into assets certain times in different African countries. And this will never happen in the European Union because we have institutional safeguards to prevent this. So if I can put it this way, the EU will, these regulations, not the European Union, but the regulations will save us from certain mistakes that otherwise we might have been tend to make a little bit. And I think I'll stop here because there might be some other questions coming up, and I'm also seeing some of them in the monitor in front of us, and I would love to come back to that. So I would like to react on what's on the mind of the audience as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Martin. I take your answer to the QMV question is yes, then, because the argument you used for how to do business with China was exactly the same what the Commission is using to support to change the quality majority voting in certain foreign policy issues in the future. So, or actually not.
Quick two fingers. Whatever will happen in the EU-China relationship will have more to do with Berlin than with any of the V4 capitals, by the way. It's really funny to see that, you know, when the 16+1 has been established, everybody was talking about that, how the 16 countries who have joined this cooperation are breaking EU unity on this. Nobody asks that when Chancellor Merkel travels to Beijing and, you know, does anything she does to attract Chinese investment and please Chinese investors, whether that is dividing the European Union. So here, there are some questions to be asked.
Thank you very much, because you helped me now to connect your points with Michal's points actually on how to be present globally, how to keep competitiveness, how to be the engine of growth on our own as a region. Is it possible at all? Because, just give you an example, Prime Minister Orban visited China, I think last week, to also open a trade fair. And the key products Hungary brought there were quality food. This is anything that we could bring. Where we are basically is the supply chain of German companies. Can we be independently develop our own brands? Can we be visible through our own economies in the global arena, or you see no chance for that?
Well, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm kind of humbled by the previous panels with all the data-driven presentations, and here I am basically going to be just talking without any data to substantiate my points of view. So once again, thank you very much and congratulations to this event. Now, very quickly to your question, and then I will make a bigger argument about that. To your question, Danny, I think that we are losing very quickly any ability to be in that position. And that's, you know, and if you want a quick answer, I think we are not in the position to be competitive, and we're losing very fast. And that's basically what I'm trying to talk about. But let me link it first to the issue of geopolitics. I'm not going to be saying anything new here, but I would like to switch the attention a little bit from the kind of static notion of geopolitics to more of a fluid notion of the environment. And what I mean by that is that the global interactions are more and more, and even local politics are more and more defined by various regional and global flows. Flows in terms of investment, in terms of commodities, trade, finances, markets, energy, obviously, also people and military flows. And this is nothing new, but there are two things that are different. One of those things is that recently, you know, up until very recently, the governments and international organizations were trying to promote the flows and lower the barriers. This is not so much the case anymore. The second new thing is that geopolitics is very much defined in perceptions of distance and technologies related to transport. Basically, how far and how quick you can get your armies, you can get your products, you can get your people. And this is changing very rapidly recently because the nature of sources is changing. We have new source, and that's data, right? And data is redefining the global landscape more and more rapidly. And this brings me to the notion that once government are trying to kind of prevent the flows, including the American government now, and that's what we've been hearing in the morning, they are not going to succeed, no matter what they try to do, because they are lacking, they are behind. The institutional capacities in politics are behind the technological progress. That's why the title of my presentation was Central Europe in the Fluid World, and how do we react to it. And so far we're not doing all that good, on several points. So I would like to, I already explained the concept of flows, and then I have three more points to talk about. One is frustration, second is empowerment, and the third is opportunity. So frustration, what does it mean? It means that the governments and international institutions are promising things that they cannot really deliver. It means that they are pretending they are having control over things that they do not have control. Usually, if you look at the flows or the chains, it's mostly, the flows that define the current economy and international environment. It is, you usually don't even know who is the actor on the receiving and giving end. If you want to kind of reconstruct the architecture of the modern corporations, you really need big AI-driven data to get deep into the chains. Otherwise, you have no chance to do that. So what I'm trying to say is that governments are promising something that they cannot deliver. People are getting more and more frustrated. Now you have the kind of election show, shallower and shallower election campaigns, more and more promises, and still no deliver. So there's a lot of frustration. Plus, people are looking into the future, and the future is really very culturally different from what they've been used to. That's another mode of frustration. And on this wave of frustration, we see all the kind of populist, movements around here. So this is where we are. And now we're looking for, actors, outside actors to blame. Like we can speak endlessly about the predatory behavior of German or American companies, sucking all the gains from the region. We can speak about aggressive economic Chinese behavior here. We can speak about Russian disinformation, we can speak about isolationist US president that is harming the NATO and so on. But the fact is that the biggest problem is here, right, in the region, because we're not really preparing ourselves for the future. And the governments do not really help to prepare us for the future. And I'm not going to speak about education and so on, because we all know that, but the fact is that in general, our societies here in Central Europe are losing the competitive advantage that we used to have, that is the cheap, semi-skilled labor, and this, in the part of the global economy, or at least European economy, it was helping us. But if we're losing this, you can look at the Czech Republic. You can look at the Czech Republic where we have almost full employment now, actually pretty much full employment. And yet the economy is slowing. So the only answer is technology, some kind of, more automation, more optimization, robotization. But that's not the answer, because we don't have the talents to create those kind of new technologies. And we're not in a position to buy those technologies. So where are we? And that answers, I don't know to be too negative, but we're not in a good place. This also relates to the question of Chinese capital, which I didn't want to touch upon, but I will. Actually, we don't really need the Chinese capital all that much in Central Europe. There is a lot of cash in the region. There's a lot of domestic capital even in the Czech Republic, but the people they don't see the opportunities to invest into, because there are not enough talents. You speak to big investors, and they say, well, we do have the money, but we just don't know what to invest into it. And then you see the Chinese companies or the Chinese money coming into the Czech Republic and basically only taking over established companies. That is not really an investment, right? So what I'm trying to say is that we're not doing enough. We're basically speaking about things that are not important regarding the future. We're speaking about preventing migration, we're speaking about the bad Brussels, we're speaking about Russian disinformation and Chinese influence, but what we should be really speaking about is how we're preparing ourselves for the future, and that's where we're not doing the good job. And now, to the last point is, frustration and an opportunity. The opportunity lies in the fact that the Central European region is not alone in this. There are large parts of societies across Europe, and in the United States too, and I think globally, that are not prepared for the future. You have these urban centers. They are doing well. You got people, making startups, making applications, cashing out, spending the rest of their lives doing yoga and sipping on whatever, Mai Tai, whatever. And but then only 30 kilometers out of Prague, you have these inner peripheries, people, filled with people who feel genuinely left behind because they are left behind. But this is something which is not only specific to the Czech Republic. This is the same in Germany, this is the same in France, in Spain. So the opportunity, in my opinion, is just to completely change the narrative, doing our homework in terms of security and defense, spending money on AI and related to defense, helping the social, those who are left behind, but change the narrative regarding, and there's very close opportunity, that is the multi-annual financial framework. So far, we keep talking about the next European budget in terms of, quid pro quo. You're behaving badly, you're not going to get structural funds. You have too much agriculture, you suck, and so on. But we need to turn the narrative and say we are all in this together. We need to really turn the wheel and invest into responsible technologies and into social responsible technologies. And I think if we're able to change the narrative, that would help us. And the last point is, when we're speaking about technologies, we should see one thing, and that is that so far, if you look at how governments are using technologies and spending on technologies, it's not really spent in a way of empowering people. It's more about controlling people, spying on people, making things more efficient, but not necessarily more legitimate. And this is something we should not forget, and we should not shy away from just pointing the fingers, because, and this is where I see a big opportunity for Europe, because in the United States, the big tech corporations are kind of, just going full steam, whatever, using that all for the business advancement. In China, you can already see very oppressive measures of using technology on the society. Europe is kind of, yeah, well, let's talk about it. What are the ethical issues and so on and so on. But I think it's a very important role for Europe to play, and also for the Central European region to play, because, and that's the very last point, in terms of technological and computing power and development, you can really level the playing field with the big ones if you're smart enough. But so far, we're not really smart enough. So on that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we also have an example like Estonia in front of us, so it's possible to do. Thank you. So far we were discussing how we see ourselves in a global arena, but let me turn to Michal, who's analyzing basically the Chinese foreign policy. So how can you shortly introduce the Chinese geopolitical thinking, and how do they see the region as one? Do they see through the 16+1 format, or is the V4 also visible for them? How to engage China when it comes to, if it has to be the geopolitics, how we engaging?
Thank you, and first of all, thank you for having me. It's really a pleasure and honor to be with you guys and talking about this important subject. Talking about geopolitics in China, we have to always remember that officially, formally, Chinese always say, we don't have geopolitics, we don't believe in the geopolitical thinking. It's not true. They do. Everybody does it in some way. Chinese, of course, they have own geopolitical aims. You can name, get over control of the first chain of the islands, second chain of the islands, collect the pearls on the Indian Ocean. And this is what is the most important from our perspective, from our regional perspective, is also they building this land road to West Europe through Central Asia and then or north way through Russia, Belarus, Poland, or the south road through Iran, Turkey, and Balkans, more or less. And from our perspective, we're thinking this is a very important project from Chinese perspective, but it's not. China is seeing us as the region merely as a geographical nuance. Of course, they can do business here if there's opportunity to make the business, but they want to do business on their terms. This is the reason why they're not interested to making the business on the EU terms. And if you're looking of the Chinese investment in the region, the biggest one is in the WB6, so West Balkan 6, countries which are not members of the European Union, because there's the easiest way for them to do business on their way. They're not be bothered with the all European Union legal framework. This is what you mentioned before. And of course, we can fool ourselves that we can be bridge, but like Thomas said before, bridges are made to be stepped on, not to have own voice or have its own interests. So I could be very careful with this analogy as well. And if you're looking for the way how the Chinese see our region, first of all, let's look at the 16+1. Why the 16+1 is exactly 16? First of all, they have this idea fixed that there will be some post-socialist sentiments toward China, so let's put together all former socialist countries together, minus countries which were part of the Soviet Union, because then we could be under Moscow. And so we see the formula 16+1 as not working, mainly because they're contradicting interests of the several countries in this format. But from Chinese perspective, they see this region as one unit. Is the problem with Chinese is very often the lack of the expertise about the region. We're thinking of course, there are some Chinese scholars who know the region, and they have quite deep knowledge of the several countries, but mainly they are scholars, they're staying at universities, and they don't provide the expertise to the Chinese government, and the Chinese government is not looking for their expertise as well. So you can see this very often in the Chinese action, that they like focus on their imagination or the way how they imagine the region, not the way how they know or neither how the region is. So from this reason, there's also lack of their investment, interest, like that. So I think we attach more interest to Chinese presence in the region, like the China is doing in the real terms. This is the one thing. The other thing, if you're thinking about, let me talk about the V4 for a moment. If we're thinking about the V4 in the geopolitical context, the biggest success of the V4 is them when the V4 reject geopolitical logic. This was when V4 decided at the beginning that we are aiming to push out the Russian bases, Russian soldiers from the region. We succeed against geopolitical logic. Yeah? From the geopolitical logic, it made no sense. But this opened path for us to membership in NATO and in the European Union, completely changing political geography of our region. Practically, we move our countries from the East Europe to the, maybe not Western Europe yet, maybe one day, who knows, but mainly to the Central Europe. So, at the same time, our biggest failures as the V4 are in the moment when we trying to play geopolitics. So mainly vis-a-vis the superpowers like China, US, someone could call Russia superpower. Okay, for the discussion we can agree for a second. And then there's the biggest failures. When we're trying to think in the geopolitical geopolitical terms. At the same time, we have to remember what the V4 is. It's the platform of exchanging some ideas, exchanging interests, communicating each other our disinterest or lack of interest, our disagreements. And if we look for the V4 in this way, then we will know that is the tool, it's interesting tool, it's very useful tool, but if we trying to create it, something what the V4 is not suitable, then we'll fail, and then we will think that, oh, there is no point in doing this. At the same time, China doesn't see V4. From my talks in Beijing, some Chinese scholars who actually are dealing with the East Europe, they even don't know what the V4 is. They know 3 Cs. They know, of course, 16 plus 1. Actually, we should call this 1 plus 16. Yeah? Maybe this could be a better name. And so from their perspective, we are not existing. And maybe it's good because this way we can communicate a lot of also about China without them knowing this. But mainly for Chinese, our region is just train stop on the way to the industrial heartland in the West, mainly Germany, West Germany, Benelux, France, maybe UK, but UK just cut themselves out from EU. But it's not so bad. You know, look for the Chinese investments in Europe. The biggest number of the Chinese investments, FDI, direct investments, is in UK, 30%. So in the March 29 next year, we lost like 30% of the Chinese investments in the European Union, just like that. So, of course, I'm saying this in jest, but we have to be careful how we're dealing with the Chinese. First, we cannot fool ourselves that we are so important for them. Second, if they want to do some investments, please, you are welcome, but you have to follow European legal framework, because for so many years we tried to join the West. We did, as the generation, a big push to move our region towards the West, not for this to be pulled back to the Eastern way of doing business. And I think it's also the so-called old Europe countries, but also we in Poland, seeing the biggest problem with the Chinese presence in our region, and this was going on in the WB6, so West Balkan countries, which are not members of the European Union, doesn't have this what we talked before, protective umbrella of the European Union legal framework, and that means, and like Montenegro, which one they already own like 25% of the GPD to China over one highway. So without way probably to pay this back. So for us, it's very interesting to see Chinese presence, but at the same time, I'll be finished because maybe it is better to have some discussion and questions than let just guys talk. But if you're thinking about this format 16+1, you can think that this way, it was created by China because first, they don't understand the region, so they need some platform where they can put all these weird small countries each of them speaking different language. Let's put them together. It will be easier to deal with them one time per year. This is the one way of looking at this. The other one is to see for them to creating some bargaining chip towards Germany, towards the West Europe. Because we create something, we don't attach much value to this, but we have something what we will be able to trade with the West Europe later. And paradoxically, a lot of Eastern European countries see the same way 16+1. They don't take in serious Chinese investments. They don't take serious Chinese presence here. They using this also as the bargaining chip towards the West Europe. Yeah. So you can see Chinese presence here is phantom. Practically is phantom here. We don't see much investment except Balkan, West Balkan, yeah, WB6 countries. We don't see a lot of Chinese investments because I don't think they're taking this seriously. We don't taking this seriously. And I also impression that our partners in the West Europe also slowly, step by step, they see that no one is taking this too much seriously. So from this point of view, we floating this was one of the Polish experts said about the Polish-Chinese relationship is brilliant, is perfect, but it's floating more or less 6 feet above the ground, not touching the ground. Yeah, so it's only in the top exchange, but there's nothing going on the ground. So I have impression it's not only the question of the Poland, but also in general our region. But from the other hand, if you're looking what is going on, for example, in the Turkmenistan, how they get dependent from Chinese export to gas to China, and was the situation, economical situation now in Turkmenistan, maybe it's better this way. But okay, let's look for some interesting questions, so maybe we can develop.
Thank you very much. Before opening the floor for questions from the participants here, I would like to use the questions we have received through Slido, and also I have my own questions. One of the first is basically inspired about your thoughts on the Western Balkans, because when we are thinking about geopolitics and relations through geopolitical terms and geopolitical perspective, we have to think about our own interests and possible clashes. What immediately comes to my mind is the Western Balkans. When we think about V4 and the zone where we have special interest, special investment interest, political interest, and presence actually, where we are visible, Western Balkans is the only place basically. And in some Eastern European countries, especially for Poland. And for a short period of time, Hungary was the biggest investor actually in Montenegro. We've learned not any longer. So how do you see any chance that we will clash at one point with China because of different interests and investments in the Western Balkans, or different interests in politics in the Western Balkans, or there is a limited chance? Or thinking one level higher, when we think about the investments of China and presence of China in Europe, or Africa actually, and think about the European positions in Africa, Africa, which was often mentioned in previous EU strategies as the only continent where we still have a presence, a feasible presence. Do you see clashes, possible clashes between EU and China on African issues will have an impact on EU-China relations, and also relations of our region with China? So I don't know who wants to pick this first.
Okay, let me continue a bit. Let's start with Africa. I think Africa is the last continent last area when we have big reserve of the growth in the global economy, because resources, demographic, population, there's some dynamics, and also low undevelopment of the continent but itself. So when you have always when you have the lower point of start, then it's easier and faster to generate the growth. So I think this is Africa will be the field of the big clash between West and China, because if you're looking for the European Union, is the normative project. Is the project which one is created to first to establish some norms inside Europe, and later to try to export them abroad, to create some zone based when you have dealings based on the rules. And if you look on the Belt and Road Initiative, you can name this, give them a lot of names. It's the multidimensional projects, but one of the most important dimension of the Belt and Road is also normative. Chinese try to export their way of doing business. They try to export the way of not only doing business but also socio-economical standards. And so sooner or later we'll have this clash, and you can see this already on the European Union level when you have the big transfers of the resources from the Eastern partnerships towards help Africa, develop Africa. You can see Angela Merkel, everybody was focused on the FOCAC, but not many people noticed that Merkel traveled to Africa. She visited Senegal, Nigeria, and I think Kenya as well. So just before FOCAC, just 1 week before FOCAC. And last week, we have this development forum in Berlin between 11 African countries and Germany. So we can see that at least some Western European countries start focusing on the Africa issues. This is from one side a chance for our region, because I think our experience in the development, how to change, how to adopt the European Union rules can be kind of expertise in this adventure, but at the same time some kind of danger, because it means that our interests can be neglected.
Thank you. I don't know if you have anything to add to this point. If yes.
Maybe what struck me a little bit, and it's absolutely right that China is trying to export the way it is doing business, but the European Union is also trying to export the way it is doing politics, and there is a major difference here. Because EU accession is not only about getting closer to market economy and laissez-faire capitalism and so on and so forth, but you should have representative democracy, or at least pretend to have representative democracy if you would like to join the EU for all the benefits which are out there, which is on this side usually access to the single market and the free movement of people, meaning that your best and brightest will go away. And what I wanted to touch upon a little bit is the Western Balkans, because this is one of the priorities of the region. And what bothers me a little bit here is that as long as we're talking about reaping the benefits, the EU member states are out there on their own. So it is not the EU and the Western Balkans doing business, but Germany and France and Austria and Hungary and Romania and all the others. And when you got to clean up the mess which somebody else has made, then we all point to the European Union to solve these issues. And this is a major discrepancy here that hasn't been addressed. And maybe this is one of the reasons that the EU global strategy is not focusing so much on Africa, because the mess which is out there, if I can put it this way, migratory challenges, climate change, desertification of Africa, population movement, so on and so forth, this is not something that Germany can make a big business out of, or France can make a big business out of, but it would be really great if the EU could do something about the mess which is out there, so it would protect our physical security.
Okay, I think it's not like the Chinese are not, it's true about in the past. Chinese are always saying, we are not interfering in the local politics, we are not interested in the changing the political regime, something like that. But you can see slowly change of the narration in Beijing. Beijing stopped saying that we are specific, different case, so your rules cannot apply to China. They're saying your rules, your way of doing Trump, Brexit, crisis, etc., it's wrong. Our way is good, and this is the message to the developing countries: follow our way. For this reason, you have also this platform of the meetings each year of the political parties, when the CPC invite political parties mainly from the developing countries, mainly having the authoritarian dimension, authoritarian inclinations, to try to export also their political model. They didn't verbal this, it's not say it straight, but we follow this, and we see that directly they're aiming for this. Maybe they will not start trying to export their political model in this decade, but who knows what will be happen in the next decade.
Thank you very much. Let me try to involve our other panelists in the discussion by picking some questions from the slide I want and slightly change it. One question is dealing with the V4 image, and why don't we create a positive agenda like digitalization? And this is the point I would like to involve Tomasz and Michal, because I remember it was the previous Slovak presidency included in the V4 agenda the digital questions, and so far not much progress. So what do you think? Why is it so hard for us to cooperate along positive agenda or cooperate along this agenda? And how do you see the chance of, probably Michal, if we would have a single strategy on digitalization, and that would create digital Visegrad single market, would we be significantly more competitive or more visible for the big players? So.
just one short remark regarding the Western Balkans, I think, because we can also look at it, at the increasing China's presence there in the region from a positive side, I would say, because it may push us in the European Union actually to speed up the integration process of the Western Balkan countries, and this can be perceived, as a trigger that yes, the Chinese investments are increasing, the presence of China, but not only China. Let's look at Russia and Turkey, for instance, who are also increasingly present in the region. Then yes, speed up with the integration process. Regarding the positive image in the V4, yes, the Western Balkan countries are the ones where perhaps the image of the V4 is even more positive than the one we have in the region about ourselves. So it is really the treasure, the region for us. The same applies to some countries in Eastern Europe, the so-called Eastern Partnership countries, but in the so-called Western Europe and the so-called old EU member countries, that's true that we have an image of being a blocking coalition, a coalition of guys that are pursuing their own interest, individual or regional, without paying that much too much attention on solidarity and so on and so forth. Of course, we can debate these things because sometimes we just do perceive our regional interest that is not in the interest of some of the EU member countries. Let's look at the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, for instance, and automatically we got the image or the label of bad guys. But definitely it shouldn't prevent us from developing agenda, the so-called positive agenda, that would attract as many other EU member countries as possible. And as regards Africa, I think the contributions of our countries to the development fund of Africa, I mean, per capita are among the highest in the European Union. So it should be also underlined that there are some attempts to create the positive agenda. For instance, still there are mixed feelings about our joint proposals regarding efficient or effective solidarity, how to deal with the quotas in the European Union migration policy as such. Well, it might be criticized, the concept, but on the other hand, it was our contribution, at least it was our contribution to the solution of the problem to a certain extent. So and not everything is really so black. I would say there are definitely some white elements already, but we have to work more on this positive agenda. Otherwise, we would fall asleep, and it's not good, I would say. And finally, I think Michal is doing more with digitalization than I do, but I would say that one of the priorities of Slovakia's V4 presidency is smart solution, and it includes digitalization, and digitalization is part of the presidency, one of the priorities of the presidency. But yes, you have declarations, you have priorities, but then the reality might be different. So we have to somehow work on how to bridge these discrepancies between our plans and actually the reality and the outcomes of our policies.
Thank you very much. So smart countries. Digitalization.
All right, well, thank you very much. I hope I will not disappoint or even upset the one who posed the question, but I think that this is, it's not about image, it's about really surviving. I mean, in general, I think that Central Europe should stop talking about image. We either do things right or we do them bad. We used to do them right up until, the crisis, like Eastern Partnership and so on. No one really cared. And we still didn't have, we were on the pedestal of being the most progressive transformation countries in the world, and we still didn't feel it's enough. We still felt like we are undervalued, and we were upset about it. Now we're saying that our image is bad, and we're trying to, however, I like the question very much related to digitalization. It's not really about image. And now on the digitalization. We have, for example, now we have a new strategy, Digital Czechia, right? So it's a very, very well written paper. But the problem is, again, that once you don't have the fundament, which is in the talent of the people, you know, the kind of creativity and educated people, then you can have whatever kind of strategy you draft and it's not gonna work. You know, let's face it, if I'm a big investor and I'm not, but if I'm a big investor and I decide whether I want to go into Germany or into the Czech Republic, then I think, you know, do I want to be competitive on the hard market, and how do I get there? So I go to Czechia because I can grease my way through with money, you know, to get some concession. I know that there will be local managers that will be squeezing the hell out of the people, you know, and getting the money for cheap, you know. This is, I know that there is sort of an infrastructure, that the trains are going around, they're not super slow and so on. But I'm not going there because I think it is a creative and innovative country. I go there because I can grease my way through and then make some money on the side of it. And what I'm trying to say is that we really need to change completely the psychology of things, because people are, you know, talented people are leaving the region. That's for sure. That there is no doubt about, you know, and we just cannot keep them home. So okay, let's maybe invest 40 billion euros and let's do one Visegrad big university place where we would attract people, and we would hope that 10% of those people would actually stay in the region. These kinds of things is something that we need to talk about, but it's not really related to image, because and I will be very open, and I know I will create a lot of enemies here, but when I see certain V4 presidencies putting the digitalization and the kind of, you know, progressive, tech-driven program, what I see is actually that we're trying to refocus the world's attention from other problems, you know, like, so if we're only talking about image, so I'll do a big argument about digital V4. That means that I want the world to look at the digitalization, but not to look at the political problems and democracy problems that are behind it. So that's what I mean, that I would be, you know, I wouldn't focus on the image, I would focus on getting things done.
Thank you. One suggested solution, probably for this, or a question actually, what if the V4 would cooperate with the other big players, the future big players, who are already the global players, instead of countries are the big companies? And let me ask this way, that we already tried as countries to be present in the Silicon Valleys as V4. What did we do wrong, if we did it wrong, or should it be the countries establishing these relations? Can, as the V4, establish relations with big companies, or it should empower the local business to be capable to do that? Do you see the role of the states? Do you see the role of the regional cooperation here to establish these contacts?
I'll be very quick. I think that the governments should be trying to do that, and they actually are. I think that Slovakia or Hungary even has an ambassador in the Silicon Valley, or kind of an envoy or something like that. So I think this is something we definitely should do, but let's not fool ourselves. You know, if the big companies want to get some talent from the region, they already have that talent. They don't really ask the governments. And those who are in the big companies, working for them, making large sums of money, they're not representing the region. They're just happy they have a good job, making their large sums of money. So, but I think it is one of the ways to, you know, really like establish the governmental presence. But I'm not sure if we are really, if the big tech companies are really all that they do care about it at all.
Just a short remark. I'm really not sure whether it can happen on the V4 level. I really think that we do not have capacity for joint development of economic policy. The V4 was not designed for developing of economic policy. It was very well underlined that we are EU members, and this is the framework that somehow shapes our policies, and we have bilateral relations. So I don't really know what could be the added value of the V4 on, and whether the private companies would ever be interested to establish some kind of a framework with an official grouping of countries on what this could be. This is just my, so to say, small remark.
Okay, but then the question is, can we think about putting aside common economic policy, but still consider as priority infrastructure development? So how can you focus on common infrastructure development, which is one of the key focus of the Slovak presidency, if you disregard common economic policy?
It's a little bit of a different kind, because you ask about the relationship with private companies, actually. So infrastructure, it's also a political priority, and developing of transport and energy infrastructure. So I think that in this case, also individual governments are more involved than the V4 as such. The V4 just provide the platform for perhaps making some steps easier and faster, but perhaps this could be the case also in terms of establishing some relations with private stakeholders in the digitalization or startups, but I'm not so sure about that. I think that this dimension is not the V4 focus.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if you have
I just would like to add is like the problem with this kind of cooperation will be how to avoid the competition between the V4 countries, yeah? Because there will be always question, okay, we'll make the deal, let's say with, for the argument's sake, with the Facebook, and then will be the question where the Facebook will be open its campus, and then it will be Poland, it will be Hungary, it will be Slovakia, or maybe Prague. So let's, as I say before, let's not put too much on the V4, because this format was not created to this, yeah, I think. Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly reflect on the fact that you've mentioned infrastructure, and we also mentioned big companies in the high-tech sector. And there is a fundamental difference here as long as infrastructure is still a form of public good. And the governments clearly have a responsibility there, whereas IT and corporations are usually private goods. And the role of the governments might be to regulate them somehow, but then we're seeing that how successful the EU is regulating in Facebook, to be honest. So yes, they're finding them some days with billions of euros and so on, but does that substantially change the way that Facebook acts towards its EU member users? I don't think so.
Thank you. Before, I don't know if we are going forward with the Slido questions, but I would like to ask if you have any questions. If yes, please raise your hands and so you can ask it. Yes.
It's a reflection on what you mentioned in common development. If you would say that we spend a lot of money on physical infrastructure, but compared to this, almost none on the innovative side of our future. We are moving into a future which is an interconnected society, globally, broadband. We don't even have to travel. So even the brain drain problem is going to be put in a different perspective, because it won't be localized. You can work to another company on the other side of the world. There are already sourcing companies with competition, so we can already work from here in Hungary. We don't have to move to the United States, but still the product of our intellectual product will be put there and not stay here in Hungary. And the problem is that I don't see any scientific competitive development happening in higher education. What we saw, I come from Transylvania, Romanian higher education went below. There was no education of educators. The same thing happened in Hungary. It's going down. There is no education of educators. I think the same thing is happening in all V4 countries. And when you ask the question, who's going to teach the next generation, the answer is pretty dim, no one, because the good are already left for the private sector, and the state is just waking up to see that there's a problem in education systems, but there's no solution yet. And how much money would you need to at least come back to the level we had like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, on the same level of competition towards other countries? Now, China is moving fast forward, US is moving fast forward, and the EU is like, I don't know. So do you have any suggestions on terms of V4 that we could at least concentrate our resources, as you mentioned, to have one intellectual center that is on a global level important? Poland is a little bit better off than Hungary and the other states, but not much far ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any further questions. We would collect them and then the panelists would react. So if there are still questions, please raise your hands. If not, then
you know, to answer your question, why nothing is going to happen, it's very simple. Politics. Talking about education, it will not give you a win in the elections. Opening new bridge, new highway, it will give you, yeah? Simple. I think it's the crisis of education, is general crisis of the long-term thinking, which is related to the political class in our region, and let's call this diminishing of the level and the perspective of the thinking in the broad national or regional perspective. Yeah? Maybe someone else have something more positive.
Not necessarily. I just wanted to add that after what you told, there might be a perception that there are no leftovers in terms of infrastructure development, which is not true. We haven't actually succeeded in that domain. Just to again, I was traveling here by car, and all the time when I see, you know, this missing part of the highway between Bratislava and Budapest, despite the increasing actually number of trucks and cars there, I am getting really furious because I know that the Hungarian highway network is more or less completed, but these 15 kilometers still remain unbuilt. So this just shows how the situation looks like. So in addition to what you have said and what is of really high importance, research, education, research and development, and so on and so forth, we have huge deficiencies in this very physical infrastructure too.
I think the problem that was mentioned here is more structural to the role of governments nowadays, because the world is changing too fast for the governments to follow. And how we're going to look like in 10 years, maybe in 5, maybe Michal will be able to tell us, but I will certainly not. And what is a major difference within the European startup, innovation, R&D, you name it, ecosystem, and the US ecosystem, if you compare these two, is the role of private investment, private ideas, and the role of the state, if you want. Here in Europe, most of the big initiatives and researches are financed by the state or the European Union, by Horizon 2020 grants, you name it. Whether this is the best way to choose the really best and most promising investments and tracks for research, I have some doubts. And especially as the half-life of these pieces of research are getting shorter and shorter, the risks for governments are even higher. So maybe instead of telling scientists what to research, what to do, what to invest in, maybe we should let the market choose it. But then the European logic comes into force. And especially here in Central Europe, we still hold a very paternalistic view of the state. So the state should do everything instead of us. And if something goes bad, the state will save us. If something goes good, then the state should, let's say, reward us in a certain kind of way. So, you know, always looking for some outside players to blame them, to ask for help, to ask for money, it's not helpful. But the mindset is not going to change. On the one hand, because those who have the mindset to survive in a new age have already moved abroad because of better salaries, better working conditions. Some very committed ones have stayed, maybe because of the tax regimes and because healthcare is still better in Hungary than in the United States, for example. But still, if you look at it from the selfish, materialistic perspective, it is much better to live in the Silicon Valley and look for angel investors there than here, even though we might have the same virtual and physical access to the investors, because buying a plane ticket to San Francisco is not so expensive at the end of the day. So I think the major problem is the perception about what the state can do and cannot do for us as far as R&D is concerned. And education is very to the point, because I mean, even we do not know that how the world will look like in 10 years. What about the underpaid teachers who are out there, and half of them will go to be a pensioner in the next 10 years? So, and there's no one coming to replace them. So in this regard, there's a lot to be done, and not only in numbers, but also in changing the mindsets of people. And I really don't see that how we will be able to overcome that, especially as the paternalistic view of the state is gaining foothold in Western societies as well, where this was usually not the case for a long time.
Thank you very much. In the end, it always all boils down to the question of education. I mean, usually that's the case. But before, I would really like to second what Tomáš Strážaj said, and that's the fact that we tend to focus on digitalization and so on, but we have falling bridges in Prague, right? People, you know, even in Italy, right? We know that, but the same situation was in Prague not too long ago, that people got almost killed by a falling bridge. And you know, so also, if I go back to the question of geopolitics and relatedly to defense, the Czech railway system is unable to carry, you know, if we mobilize for some reason the Czech rail, you know, we don't have infrastructure to move the soldiers around even, you know, so that there, you know, that we don't have the locomotives, we don't have the trains, we don't, so I definitely agree with Tomáš that we need to keep this also on the table. And then to the education, there are two things. First of all, that if you look at the Eurobarometer public opinion surveys, the Central European countries really stand out in how much the society doesn't care about education. You know, it's, if, you know, the question, what is the most pressing issue for you? If you look at France, Germany, the level of, you know, the accessibility and level of education is usually very high among the concerns. In the case of the Central European countries, it's mostly pensions and pensions, right? And now migration. By the way, in 2014, migration was an issue for France, Germany, Italy. It was zero issue for Central European countries. If you can check that. You can just now check that, download the Eurobarometer. And education is at a level of zero. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, so the problem is that exactly as Michal said, there's no pressure from the society towards the politicians. You know, the teachers, they do not have a good reputation. They're regarded as being lazy, that they have 3 months of free time, you know, they're underpaid. There's this saying in the Czech Republic, who can do something, does something, who cannot do anything, he goes to teach, and things like that. So you know, if there's this kind of reputation, you don't go teaching. So, but there's nothing at this point I can suggest to do about it. But there's one more thing I would like to say is, we tend to be upset. You know, looking at kids playing with smartphones and computers all the time, and we say, well, they don't go out, they don't go play football like we did, and then, you know, we keep complaining about that. I agree with that. They're getting fatter and less healthy, but there is certain amount of skills and energy which is going to be needed in the future. So instead of just be bitching about that, let's try to tap on that energy and stick them out to play the football along the way. But you know, let's see this as an opportunity. You know, I'm sure your kids are going to be doing the same, and we're going to be complaining about them spending all days on the. Well, let's use that as an opportunity, and let's tap on that energy, because usually they are much more technically savvy than I am. They can be coding when they're 12 years old, and that might solve the crisis with education, because that's the kind of skills we're going to be needing in the future.
Thank you very much. I think your example described the tone of the panel. We started at building bridges and we ended up with falling bridges. And we started from global and geopolitical questions and we ended up with very local questions and problems. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you for our speakers, Mr. Michal Korán, Mr. Márton Ugrosdy, Mr. Michal Boguš. and Mr. Thomas Strage for joining us today. And thank you for all of you to participating at the event for the whole day. And I hope we will meet soon. Thank you.